Hello, dreamers, and welcome to Haunted Sleep. This is the place where eerie tales and calming whispers meet, helping you drift into peaceful sleep with a touch of mystery. Before we begin tonight's story, I'd love to know, where in the world are you listening from? Leave a comment below and let me know. And if you're enjoying these nightly journeys, don't forget to like, subscribe, and tap the bell so you never miss a night of chilling calm. Now, close your eyes, get comfortable, and let's drift into the unknown together. A week before my father passed, I got a call from him around 7 p.m. It was unusual. He never called me at home. I answered and he said, "Hi, Jude. I want to move to Florida." His voice sounded urgent, a little weak. "I want to leave. I'll be okay there. I just want to move to Florida." I was taken aback. He had been diagnosed with a rare cancer, and I knew he was struggling, but this wasn't like him. "Dad, calm down," I said. "You can't just pick up and move. What's wrong?" "Jude, I have to move to Florida. I want a divorce from your mom. I'm not happy." Divorce? After 28 years of marriage? None of us were happy, given what he was going through, but this came out of nowhere. I asked if Mom was with him. He said no, which was odd. She was always by his side, taking care of him. I reassured him, told him I loved him, and said I'd talk to him tomorrow. I hung up feeling unsettled. A year later, in late February, my husband and I planned a trip to Fort Myers, Florida. It seemed like a good getaway after my father's passing. His parents had a winter home there, and our aunt and uncle lived nearby. When I told my boss where we were going, he insisted we visit his place on Sanibel Island. Everything about the trip felt like it was falling into place. One day in Fort Myers, my husband and I went with his aunt and uncle to a flea market. On the way, my uncle missed a turn. Instead of circling back, my aunt told him to just go straight through a small alley road beside a Bell's outlet. Halfway through, I glanced to my left. There was a man walking ahead. I stared. Same clothes. Same hat. Same walk. My heart stopped. "Oh my God, look, there's my dad." Everyone turned to look. My husband, my aunt, my uncle, every single one of them gasped. "It is him!" they all shouted. We panicked, yelling at my uncle to speed up. As we got closer, he was right beside the van. He tilted his head down, holding his hat over the side of his face as if trying to hide. My husband and I called out, "Dad! Dad!" He started walking faster. Before we knew it, he had almost reached the end of the alley. Then, without looking back, he turned left and disappeared. We pulled up to where he had turned. There was nothing. We sat there in silence, in shock. My aunt and uncle kept repeating, "Did you see that? It was Kenny. It was your dad." We cried, not out of fear, but because we had seen him one last time. He was real, solid, unmistakable. To this day, whenever we reminisce, my aunt and uncle always bring it up. And when I think about that phone call a week before he died, when he told me he had to move to Florida, I wonder if, in some way, he already knew. My mother passed away in August 1996. We were very close, and since I was studying nursing at the time, I was able to help care for her during her illness, which brought us even closer. The last time she ever left the house was for a doctor's appointment. As we walked toward the elevators, I asked her bluntly if she was going to die. She told me she didn't know yet, but if it was decided, I would be one of the first to know. After that visit, her health declined quickly, and she could no longer leave the house. Hospice care was called in to assist. My sister and I stayed with her around the clock, making sure she was never alone. On August 21st, Mom seemed to be resting comfortably. That afternoon, my sister and I were preparing lunch when, out of nowhere, a powerful gust of wind rushed through the house. Papers flew, a door slammed shut, and the temperature dropped by about 20 degrees. In the middle of August, Nebraska doesn't get breezes. let alone strong gusts like that. The wind stopped as suddenly as it came, and the house slowly warmed up again. My sister and I looked at each other, unsettled. We immediately ran to Mom's bedside, but she was still resting peacefully. A hospice nurse arrived shortly after. After checking on Mom, she assured us that Mom was comfortable and likely had a few more weeks left. She offered to stay with her for a while if we needed to step out. I decided to run home, throw in a load of laundry, change the sheets on my kids' beds, take a quick shower, and return. My sister planned to do the same. When I got home, I went upstairs to strip the beds, piling the linens in the hallway so I could carry them down in one trip. As I picked up the last pile, a sudden wave of anxiety and nausea hit me. I stood up and turned, and there she was. My mother was standing right in front of me. She looked at me, smiling softly. Then she said, "I'm sorry, I didn't get to tell you before it happened. I love you." And just like that, she was gone. I stood there, frozen, blinking in disbelief. After about 30 seconds, I dropped the laundry and ran downstairs. Just as I grabbed my keys to head back to Mom's, the phone rang. They asked me to return immediately. Mom had just passed. "2003 was a difficult year for my family. My cousin, Daniel, passed away from cancer at just 9 years old on June 23rd. A few months later, on December 1st, my granddad also passed away. I was very close to both of them. Daniel was like another little brother to me, and I was Granddad's little girl. Granddad had been slightly ill before he passed, also from cancer, but it was a stroke that ultimately took him. I've always felt that losing his young grandson was too much for him to bear. It was as if he gave up. I only have one really nice picture of my granddad. It sits inside a big frame that holds a picture of my sister, my brother, and me. For 3 years, his photo kept falling out, no matter how many times I fixed it. Then, one day, it just stopped. The previous tenants of our house claimed it was haunted. My family, while not completely skeptical, always found logical explanations for any odd noises, the boiler, the wind, or the small gap under the back door. But after my granddad's picture finally stayed in place, things started happening that we couldn't explain. The first was the sound of creaking stairs. At first, I blamed it on our cats moving up and down at night. But after hearing it every single night, I decided to catch which cat was making the noise and bring it into my room. When I got to the top of the stairs, there was no cat, yet the creaking sound continued. I was too tired to think much of it, and went back to bed. A few weeks later, the noise was louder than ever. I got up again, but once again, no cat was on the stairs. This time, however, one of my cats sat at the bottom of the stairs, staring at the third step. I assumed it had spotted an insect, maybe a crane fly, which I'm terrified of, so I quickly went back to my room and shut the door. After Christmas, my sister and I talked about the noises and convinced ourselves that it was just the house settling. I often dream about my granddad and cousin, which isn't surprising since I was so close to them. But one night, after waking up to noises from the nearby pubs, I found myself remembering a dream about my granddad, though I couldn't recall the details. For some reason, I felt an overwhelming urge to go downstairs to the living room, where his photo was. I stood near the window, looking at his picture, feeling sad that he wasn't there anymore. Tears welled up in my eyes, but I quickly wiped them away. I didn't want my granddad's photo to see me crying. He wouldn't have liked that. As I turned to the window, I pulled the curtain back slightly and looked outside. 2 of my cats were playing in the garden, illuminated by the light from the house. I smiled, but just as I was about to turn away, both cats suddenly stopped playing. They looked at me, then turned their heads upward, toward my bedroom window. I laughed, assuming they had spotted another cat sitting on the windowsill. But when I got back to my room, my smile faded. My heavy curtains were open. I stood there, confused. The cats couldn't have moved them. I walked to the window and looked down. My 2 cats were still outside, staring up at my window. A chill ran down my spine as I quickly closed the curtains and got into bed. At some point, I must have fallen asleep, because the next thing I knew, all 4 of my cats were on my bed, staring toward the door. I looked too, but there was nothing there. Then, the stairs creaked again, and for no reason I could explain, I felt a deep sadness for my granddad. Tears streamed down my face. That's when I felt it, something gently touching my cheek, as if wiping my tears away. And then I smelled it. Old Spice. My granddad's aftershave. Instantly my tears stopped. I haven't felt anything like that since, but the stairs still creak at night. And now, my granddad's picture keeps falling again, at least once a week. Was he really there that night? Or was it just my imagination? I still don't know. It was the summer of 2000, July 1st. My dad's granddaughters were playing in my room when, suddenly, they came running downstairs, screaming and crying. They kept saying there was a man on a bike in my mirror. Confused, I asked, "What are you talking about?" "There's a man on a bike in your mirror," they repeated. I went upstairs to check. The girls refused to go back in, so I stepped into my room alone, and sure enough, I saw it. A man on a bike reflected in my mirror. Stunned, I turned away, then looked back again. He was gone. I shook it off and started walking out, but something made me stop. A feeling. I turned back toward the mirror. This time, I saw my Uncle Joey. He looked so real, except the back of him was fading as he walked. He sat down on my bed and said, "Sammy Joe, come here. I need to tell you something really important." I froze. I couldn't move. I had been close to my uncle when he was alive, but in that moment, I didn't want to hear whatever he had to say. I backed into my closet and just kept repeating, "Go away." He pleaded again. "Please listen. This is important." "No, go away." Finally, he sighed. "Fine. I love you, Sammy Joe." Then, he disappeared. When I could finally move, I realized my face was wet with tears. I ran to my brother and told him what I had just seen. He didn't believe me. Later, I told my mom when she got home. She was concerned but told me I was probably just missing Uncle Joey and imagining things. 3 days later, on the 4th of July, we went to a barbecue. While waiting for the food, my cousins, brothers, nieces, and I decided to explore the woods nearby. We walked deep into the trees and came across a canal. As soon as I got near it, I felt dizzy. I drank some water, brushed it off, and kept going. Then, we reached another canal, and again, the dizziness hit me. We stopped for a moment, I drank some more water, and we continued. By the time we reached the 3rd canal, I felt so sick I could barely stand. That's when I realized I was only getting sick near the canals. Feeling uneasy, we decided to turn back. As soon as we returned to my cousin's house, I felt fine again. A little while later, my dad got a phone call. He didn't say much, just listened, then quietly hung up. He turned to my mom and said, "Let's go inside." She refused. "No, what is it? Just tell me." He hesitated before saying, "I'm sorry, but your dad died." The air went silent. My mom broke down crying, and I just stood there, frozen. After a moment, I found my voice and asked, "How did Grandpa die?" My dad looked at me and said, "He had a heart attack, and drowned in a canal." My stomach dropped. I sat down with my brother and told him how Grandpa had died. He was just as shocked as I was. Then I whispered, "3 days ago, Uncle Joey came to see me. He said he had something important to tell me, and I didn't listen. And today, I kept getting sick at all those canals." We both just sat there, freaked out. Since that day, whenever I see Uncle Joey, I listen, no matter how scared I am. Some people don't believe me. Some think I'm crazy. But I know what I saw. And I know I was given a gift. A couple of years ago, at the beginning of spring, I woke up from a very strange dream. It disturbed me so much that I couldn't fall back asleep. In my dream, I saw my ex-husband's brother's face in the sky, high up like the sun or the moon. But something was wrong. His face was slowly moving closer to me, and as it did, it started to decay, crumbling away like it was rotting. The closer it got, the worse it became. The entire thing was eerie and unsettling. The next afternoon, my Aunt Rose called me. Right away, I felt uneasy. She never calls me. Only my mom and sister do, so I immediately thought something had happened to one of my parents. I asked, "Where are Mom and Dad?" She hesitated before saying, "They're at Dodie's. Jonathan shot and killed himself this morning in his parents' backyard." I was stunned. I couldn't shake the feeling that my dream had been a premonition of his death. I've always been sensitive to things, seeing, hearing, and feeling things that others don't. It doesn't happen all the time, but when it does, it's hard to ignore. I went to the wake and the funeral. After all, Jonathan was the uncle of my children. That was in the spring. I didn't return to the house until fall, on Halloween, when my mom and I took the kids trick-or-treating. We always stopped at their house first and visited for a while. My daughter, Sissy, wanted me to see their new bunk beds, so I walked down the hall toward the bedrooms. Halfway there, my chest tightened. I couldn't breathe properly. A heavy feeling settled over me, pressing down on my body. And then I felt him. Jonathan was there. I reached the back bedroom, and in the corner, I saw his shadow. I had experienced strange things before, but never with someone I knew. It was one of the scariest moments of my life. I had to get out of that house. I rushed back to the living room and told my mom I was going to wait in the car. I was too shaken to stay inside. Then, the following spring, I had another dream about him. In this dream, Jonathan called me. We both knew he was dead, and we both knew he had taken his own life. He sounded desperate. He told me he regretted it, and wanted me to help him undo it. I didn't know what to say. When I woke up, I felt uneasy. The dream lingered in my mind, and I couldn't shake the feeling that it meant something. I called my mom and told her about it. There was silence on the other end of the phone. After a long pause, she finally said, "Don't you realize that today makes exactly 1 year since he killed himself?" I froze. I was completely shocked. It felt like Jonathan had been trying to reach me. But why? We were never that close. I had been with his brother for years, but Jonathan and I never had a deep connection. Yet, every time I go to their house, I can feel him. I know he's there. And I know that he's miserable. When I was 7 years old, my parents made me take piano lessons at a music school near our home. Whether I liked it or not, I had to go, and a caretaker, Addit, not his real name, would take me there using public transportation. One particular day, something happened that I'll never forget. Addit walked faster than my little legs could keep up with, so I had to jog now and then just to stay close. As we neared the music school, the distance between us grew, about 10 to 12 feet apart. I tried to catch up, but a group of people suddenly blocked my way. They were packed together, completely unaware of me. Annoyed, I glanced at the street and saw it was empty because of the red light. Without thinking, I stepped off the sidewalk to walk around the crowd. The moment my foot touched the road, I heard Addit yell my name. I looked up, too late. A car was speeding straight toward me. I don't remember the impact. Everything just went black. Then I saw something. It felt like a dream, yet it was real. I opened my eyes and found myself in my mother's arms, but something was different. My hands were smaller than usual, barely able to hold on to her finger. Then I heard someone congratulating her on my birth. I saw my father's face up close, smiling widely. Every time I blinked, the scene changed, moving through different moments of my life. It was like watching my entire existence play out in an old movie, from the day I was born to the very moment I was hit by the car. Then, darkness again. A voice called to me, gentle yet distant. I blinked, and suddenly, I was in a vast, beautiful grass field. My head rested on someone's lap, I heard a raspy voice, an old man speaking. I see. She's the youngest daughter of Jean and Belle. She's grown so big, my dear granddaughter. His words caught my attention. I tried to turn my head to see his face, but before I could, a pair of hands covered my eyes. Another voice whispered, "Go back." Then darkness again. Slowly, I became aware of murmuring voices. Someone was calling my name over and over. I focused on the sound and realized my body felt twisted and uncomfortable. My limbs ached. I struggled to open my eyes. The first thing I saw was the ground. I was lying face down. The taste of blood filled my mouth from a deep cut on my lip, and dirt had mixed into the wound, dulling the pain. Then I heard someone in the crowd scream, "She got up! She got up!" I pushed myself up on shaky arms. The people surrounding me stared as if I had just done something impossible. My voice came out hoarse as I called for Adit. I found him in a rage, nearly beating the driver who had hit me. But when he turned and saw me standing, limping toward him, his face went pale with shock. I don't remember much after that. Somehow I got home. A few days later, my mother told me something that shook me to my core. The impact had thrown me 10 meters. When Adit ran to check on me, I wasn't breathing. He swore I should have had broken bones, yet I lay there, lifeless, for 25 minutes. That left me speechless. Because in that darkness, I had seen my entire life flash before me. How could so much time pass in just 25 minutes? I guess that's what they call a near-death experience. Now, at 23, I'm alive and well. But that accident made me realize one thing. I am never truly alone, even when I'm by myself in a room. My father passed away in a tragic car accident in September 1979. Strangely, the place where he crashed is just over a mile from where this experience happened. Before I share what I encountered, I want to mention a few details that might have some significance. My mother always told me that my father never knew she was pregnant with me. She found out just 2 weeks after his death. But this has always been a mystery to me. My father's best friend was in the car with him that night and survived. They were extremely close, and both lived in a small rural town in western Pennsylvania where everybody knew everybody. Years later, his best friend's mother would often visit the store my grandparents owned, where I worked. One day, she told me something that changed everything. She said my father didn't know my mother was pregnant. He had told her himself that he was excited about it. She was certain of this. I was born on June 11, 1980. The timing makes sense, but I'll never know for sure. Sometime between 1999 and 2001, I had a falling out with my mother and moved in with my paternal grandparents. The room they gave me was my father's old bedroom, the same room he had slept in until the day he died. After his passing, his 2 brothers occupied it for a short time before moving out, and after that, my grandmother turned it into a storage space. My father's death was something that was never really talked about in my family. In many ways, he was forgotten, just as my mother had written me off after I was born. She never seemed happy to have me, and I often wondered if I was just a painful reminder of the love she lost. My father and mother were supposed to be married in June 1980, before they even knew about me. She later remarried my stepfather, who was a better parent to me than she ever was. After my father died, my grandparents took the insurance money and built businesses. They were always too busy for anything else. No holidays, no visits, nothing. My father's grave, visible from the main road in and out of town, was left untouched, never maintained or visited by anyone except me. Even his belongings were gone. His 2 brothers took everything of his that had any value, his jewelry, the Native American artifacts he collected with my grandfather, and sold it all. That hurt me more than anything. I had been living in his old room for months without anything strange happening. But one night, something happened that changed everything. That night, I turned off the lights and lay down. As I drifted toward sleep, I suddenly felt something. A presence. like someone was standing over me. I opened my eyes. I was lying on my side, facing the wall, just 2 or 3 feet away. Behind me were windows high up, about 5 or 6 feet from the floor. There was no way anyone could see in from the outside. And then, on the wall in front of me, a black mist appeared. It didn't just appear, it rose from the floor and grew, swirling and moving, swooping left and right, like a slow, graceful dance. It wasn't a straight-up shadow. It had a defined torso and arms reaching outward. I froze. I wanted to believe it was just light from outside, so I quickly turned and looked at the windows. But there was nothing, no movement, no shadows, no trees blowing in the wind. The streetlight outside was steady, the night was calm, and there was nothing that could have caused what I was seeing. When I turned back, the shadow was still there, moving, flowing, almost mesmerizing, yet terrifying at the same time. I watched it for what felt like forever, but in reality, it was maybe a minute. Then, panic took over. I jumped up, ran to the window, searching for anything that could explain this. Nothing. Then I screamed. My grandmother, who was in the living room, right next to my bedroom, rushed in. And just as she stepped inside, the shadow sank into the floor and vanished. She saw it disappear. She asked me what happened, and I told her everything. As we stood in the room, I noticed something strange. The closet door, right by the entrance, had a cold draft seeping from it. I opened it. Inside, the air was freezing, far colder than the rest of the house. It made no sense. The closet had nothing to do with the shadow, yet somehow, it felt connected. That night, my grandmother and I searched for an explanation. We checked outside the windows, nothing. No moving trees, no animals, no wind, nothing. The night was completely still. For the next 2 months, I refused to sleep in that room. I stayed on the couch. Eventually, I convinced myself that whatever I saw wasn't harmful. I moved back in, and after that night, I never saw anything like it again. But something else strange happened. Since that experience, I have had 2 near-fatal car accidents, both of which I had premonitions about beforehand. I've always wondered, was it him? Was he reaching out because he had been forgotten by everyone except me? I was the only one who visited his grave. The only one who kept his memory alive. Could that be why the shadow disappeared before my grandmother entered? Because he only wanted me to see it? Was he trying to protect me? Was he warning me about something? I don't know what the swooping movements meant, but I have never seen or heard of anything like it before. It wasn't like any ghost evidence I've ever come across. Whatever it was, it stayed with me. I've never forgotten that night. And I never will. In 1999, my husband's cousin, Ted, not his real name, passed away from liver failure. We all knew he wouldn't make it, as he was on life support after surgery, and it was only keeping him alive. This all happened in the Twin Cities of Minnesota. Ted had been suffering for almost a year, getting thinner and weaker before he was finally taken to the hospital for surgery. That same year, I was doing my student teaching, preparing to become a school teacher. His family had already decided to take him off life support on December 1999. They expected everyone to take the day off to say their goodbyes. I didn't take time off because I found it too hard to say goodbye. I knew some relatives might think I was being rude, but that wasn't the case. I just knew I would be overcome with sadness if I was there. At exactly noon that day, I felt deep in my heart that Ted had passed away. The sky outside was eerily quiet, and the atmosphere felt strange. On my way home, I kept thinking about him. Where would he go? What was his final moment like? As soon as I got home, I tried to call my husband and ask if Ted had died. It felt like a dumb question, but I needed to hear it. I couldn't reach him, so I called another cousin's house. When they answered, I asked, "Did Ted pass away? Where is my husband?" They told me my husband and some relatives had gone to pick out a coffin and a grave. I told them I would be there later that night. In Hmong culture, When a family member passes away, we stay with the grieving family until the funeral begins. Everyone takes turns offering comfort and support, sometimes even staying overnight to make sure the family isn't left alone. This bond is deeply important to us. After that call, I received another one. A girl was on the other end, saying she was coming to my house. It felt real, like a normal conversation, but everything happened so quickly that it was almost dreamlike. I don't even remember why she said she was coming. I went into the kitchen to get something to eat while my brother and son were watching The Simpsons. Suddenly, the doorbell rang. I asked my brother if that was from the TV, but he said no. The doorbell rang again. I walked downstairs to answer the door. No one was there. Puzzled, I looked outside for a moment, then closed the door and started back up the stairs. Before I even reached the top, the doorbell rang again. Now I was getting impatient. I turned around and opened the door again. Still, no one was there. If someone was playing a prank, I should have been able to hear movement. It was completely silent. I told my brother to check from his bedroom window to see if anyone was standing on the porch. He took longer than expected, so I decided to do an experiment. I left the storm door closed but opened the main door wide. Then I stepped up 2 stairs and stared outside. Right in front of my eyes, the doorbell rang again. I was furious. I stormed back down, yanked the storm door open and yelled, "If you're going to come in, then come in! Otherwise, go away!" At that moment, it never occurred to me that this could be something supernatural. I wasn't scared. I was just frustrated. It wasn't until later that I realized Ted had died only a few hours earlier. People tend to get spooked when they expect something eerie to happen, but when it happens suddenly and unplanned, fear doesn't always come right away. Finally, my brother came back from his room, looking pale. I asked if he saw anyone. He just shook his head. Later, I was able to reach my husband and told him what happened. He simply said, "I guess Ted missed us. Maybe he wanted to stop by and say goodbye. He never got to see our house." I thought about it and agreed. I got ready, packed up, and left to join the family. My brother, however, refused to stay home alone. He was scared and insisted on coming with me. The funeral lasted 4 days and 3 nights. In Hmong tradition, non-Christian funerals usually last a week, but in America, we begin on Friday and bury the deceased on Monday afternoon. The hardest part was staying up for 24 hours with the grieving family. Hmong beliefs hold that after death, the spirit must settle debts in the afterlife before being reincarnated. After the funeral, my brother refused to sleep in his own room. He slept on the floor in my room for a whole week before things felt normal again. After that, Ted never showed up again. But his death seemed to mark the beginning of something else. 6 months later, Ted's older brother died from a head injury in a car accident. A year later, their mother passed away, overcome with grief after losing 2 sons. It felt like death was creeping through their family, taking one person at a time like some kind of curse. On Christmas in 2000, my mother came to visit and said something that still lingers in my mind. She said, "Thank God Ted didn't take your husband with him." Confused, I asked what she meant. She told me that after Ted's death, my father had a dream. In his dream, Ted was lonely and wanted my husband to have a drink with him. My father refused, saying, "No, you cannot take my son-in-law. If you want to have a drink, have one with me." 6 months later, Ted's older brother died. Some people in the community started whispering that their family was cursed, that maybe something horrible had happened in the past. I don't know what to think. All I know is that on the day Ted died, he came to my house. Maybe to say goodbye. Maybe for something else. And I will never forget it. Sorry to interrupt. If you're enjoying the story, let me know in the comments and tell me where you're watching from. Don't forget to like and subscribe for more. I come from a big extended family, especially on my mom's side. She was one of 16 children, and I have over 200 first cousins, with many more second and third cousins. We had huge family reunions, sometimes over 1,000 people, thanks to marriages between my parents' families. It was always fun but also overwhelming. Despite spending many summers together, I often didn't recognize everyone. The reason I bring this up is because when I was younger, I had a special visit from my Uncle Richie, who passed away in 1978. Uncle Richie was one of my mom's brothers. He was battling colon cancer, which spread and took his life at just 39. I was told I was his favorite niece, which is why he always called me Dincy. I never knew where the nickname came from, but it made me feel unique, like I had something special that none of my cousins had. He never called me Leanne, only Dincy. At the time, I was living in Ontario, while Uncle Richie was in Alberta. I was around 7 years old when I had my last visit from him. One night, I woke up around 2:30 a.m. I wasn't sure why, but I thought I might need the bathroom. As I lay in bed, I realized I wasn't alone in the room. The only light was from the street lamp outside. Then I heard someone softly say, "Dincy." It was unmistakable. I sat up, thinking Uncle Richie had come to visit. I knew he was sick but didn't fully understand how serious it was, as my parents hadn't explained it to me. I looked around, but I didn't see him. I thought maybe he was hiding to scare me. But when I moved to get off the bed, I caught a glimpse of something at the foot of the bed. Turning, I saw Uncle Richie standing there, smiling warmly, arms outstretched. I rushed over and hugged him tightly. He whispered in my ear, "Dincy, I love you. Keep me in your heart. I've come to say goodbye, and I'll always be watching over you." It felt so real. When I let go, he walked out of the room, and when I went to look for him, he was gone. I was confused but not scared. I went to my parents' room and asked where he went. They told me I had been dreaming, to go back to bed. I hesitated, but eventually I fell back asleep. The next morning, I went downstairs to find my parents crying. I asked what was wrong, and they told me Uncle Richie had passed away early that morning. I was stunned and told them, "But he was here last night. I told you, and you said I was dreaming." The look on their faces was one of shock and sadness. I told them exactly what Uncle Richie had said to me, and I was sure he had visited me. My parents didn't say much after that. I knew what I had seen, heard, and felt was real, and it stayed with me forever. I was very upset that I couldn't attend his funeral because I was too young. My parents explained it to me, but it didn't make it any easier. I later found out that he passed away around 4 a.m., the same morning he visited me, nearly 2 hours after our encounter. I still remember her name, Mary Grace. She was like an older sister to me in high school. 2 years older, but she always had my back. She was from the Philippines, this will matter later. I remember for Secret Santa one year, she pulled my name and gave me a cute Sanrio piggy bank. It would swing back and forth, and I kept it on my desk. Sadly, something tragic happened to her. She got pregnant at a young age, and while we'll never know the full reason, rumors spread that she was too afraid to tell her parents and ended up taking her own life. She was found in her closet, and I was devastated. About a month after her passing, I was sitting alone in my room doing homework, with the piggy bank still on my desk. I had been there for about 2 hours, and nothing felt strange. Then my boyfriend came over to help with my math homework. He sat to my right while we worked on the problem. The last problem I was working on was number 26. We spent a couple of minutes on it, got the answer, and I was about to write 27 when I froze. There, written on the paper, was the number 27. I didn't write it, and I knew my boyfriend hadn't either. He was on my right, and we were both focused on the math. But what really stood out was that the number was written at an angle, like someone had leaned over my shoulder and written it. I didn't say anything right away. I was just confused. After a moment, I asked my boyfriend if he wrote it. He swore he didn't. Then, we both felt an icy chill in the room, with no windows open and no wind. It was just freezing, and I swear the piggy bank started swinging back and forth. It was like someone had pushed it. We didn't say much, just grabbed the books and left the room. But the cold followed me downstairs, like a blanket of cold air around me. We sat down and talked about what happened. I decided to check the rest of the math I'd done earlier, and to my shock, many of the numbers and words weren't in my handwriting. It was obvious where my handwriting changed. It looked different. As we went through the pages, it was clear that someone else had written them. The strangest part was how I usually write my sevens. I write them like normal, but in the middle of the pages, the sevens had a line through them, exactly how people from the Philippines often write them. I'd never written a 7 like that in my life, but there it was. We stared at the papers in disbelief. The weirdest part? I'm not good at math, yet I had done 10 pages of it with no mistakes. I hadn't noticed at the time, but it was clear now. Mary Grace had been helping me all along. I smiled and whispered, "Thank you." Seconds later, the cold chill disappeared. I still have the piggy bank she gave me. This happened when I was with Fran, my ex-boyfriend from the story. He saw his father leave his body. We were both 16, and this was the first experience we had together, and the scariest of my life. We had a friend named Adam. He was 19 and known in town for his wild lifestyle. He was always partying, drinking, and involved with drugs. His family was wealthy and Catholic, but Adam constantly caused trouble, sleeping with prostitutes, getting drunk at school events, and often getting arrested. Despite all this, he never faced real consequences. One morning, we heard some shocking news. Adam had been killed by a group of local tramps. They attacked him over drugs and money. After knocking him out, they slit his throat and killed him. Later, it was found that his head had been removed, though the actual cause of death was the throat wound. The whole town was in shock. Some people said he deserved it, others felt bad for him. Fran and I weren't very close to Adam, but we felt sad about it. A few nights later, Fran and I were in his room, talking about what had happened, when we suddenly felt a strange presence. The room grew cold, and we both felt something downstairs. Then, we felt this strange energy moving up the stairs. I was terrified, my body on high alert, even though my mind was trying to stay calm. Fran became quiet, staring at the floor. The cold grew stronger, and we could see our breath in the air. It felt like something was in the room with us. At the door of the room, we felt the presence stop. Fran whispered, "It's Adam. It's okay." But I knew it wasn't okay. Fran was trying to make it seem less scary, but I knew something was wrong. When I looked at the door, I saw a gray mass swirling, stretching into the room. It felt heavy and suffocating, like it was draining all the air and warmth from the room. I felt trapped by it. Fran, who I think is very sensitive to energy, tried to stay calm, but I could sense that Adam was confused. He didn't seem to realize he was dead. I felt his sadness and fear, like he didn't know what had happened to him. I also felt there were dark spirits around him, spirits that had followed him because of his bad actions in life. They were keeping him from seeing the truth and had made him believe he was in hell. I wish we could have helped him, told him that he wasn't trapped, but the feeling eventually faded. We didn't talk about it right away, not until years later. At Adam's funeral, I heard rumors that other people had felt something too, chills, fear, and the same oppressive feeling. I don't believe Adam was damned. I don't believe in hell, and I think no one is beyond redemption. But the experience stayed with me for a long time, and I kept wondering what had really happened to him. Then, a few years later, I had a dream. I was backstage at a play, and Adam was sitting next to me. He smiled and said, "I'm okay now. You can move on with your life." And then he disappeared. I woke up feeling like he had found peace. Next month marks 10 years since I lost my grandfather. We weren't particularly close, given how large our family was. As a little girl, I often wondered if I just blended in with the other 20 grandchildren. Still, I adored him. He was my superstar. At Christmas, every grandchild received a small gift, along with a bag of peanuts, peppermints, and apples that Grandpa packed for us. We'd line up in a U-shape in his living room to get our goodie bags. The grandkids would giggle and complain, but I secretly looked forward to mine. It was something Grandpa did for all of us. As an adult, I learned that apples were a Christmas tradition, symbolizing family unity. I'm sure that's what Grandpa wanted to remind us of. Grandpa was quiet, but when he spoke, it was always wise. I felt connected to him through his teachings, since everything he taught my father was passed down to me. Now, after his death, I feel even more connected to him. I feel his love for me, not just from when I was a child, but even from before I was born. I can't explain how this connection works, but I don't try to. I know it's beyond what I can understand. I don't question this connection because of something that happened right after Grandpa passed. I was devastated when I came home from the hospital the night he died. He had always seemed so strong, and now he was gone. The man I saw in the hospital bed wasn't him. He looked frail. I still felt his presence in the room, just not in his body. I wanted to hold him, to make up for lost time, to tell him how much I loved and admired him. But it was too late. That night, after crying myself to sleep, I was suddenly awoken by Grandpa's voice. It was clear, and it was his distinct voice. He said, "No te preocupes." I sat up in bed, trying to understand what those words meant. Grandpa always spoke to me in English, but hearing him speak in Spanish made it feel more intimate. After a moment, I realized he was saying, "Don't you worry." Tears filled my eyes as a wave of peace washed over me. I felt Grandpa's presence around me, like a spiritual embrace, and I knew that his love for me was just as strong. Those 3 words didn't just comfort me, they also helped my parents. When I shared them with them, they felt a calmness in their hearts. My father, the eldest, shared it with his siblings. My father's family had its share of feuds, especially after a loss, and some didn't know how to cope with grief. But hearing those words from Grandpa brought a sense of peace to everyone. In a way, I felt Grandpa was still uniting the family, just as he had done with the apples at Christmas. He was giving us strength and hope once again. Late this past summer, I lost my cousin in a tragic motorbike accident. She was under 40, and left behind her 3 beautiful children and loving husband. She lived here in Oregon, where I've been with my family for the past year and a half. She lived 5 hours away, so we couldn't see each other often. But I stayed close with her younger sister. And all of her siblings had a special place in my heart, especially after they lost their father in a horrible accident years earlier. When my cousin, T, passed, I didn't know yet. I was waiting for an update, knowing she was in critical condition. As the evening wore on, I felt uneasy and couldn't sleep. I went to check my email while my husband went to bed. Sitting at the computer, I felt uncomfortable in the dark hallway. I thought I saw movement but brushed it off, thinking it was my husband heading to the restroom. Then, I noticed a new email from R. In her email, R shared her sorrow. She had just come home after watching my cousin, T, pass, after they had taken her off life support. My cousin was gone. I cried quietly, not wanting to wake the kids, then remembered the strange feeling in the hallway. As I held my face in my hands and looked at the screen, I saw movement again from the corner of my eye, someone walking back and forth in the hallway. I turned, but there was no one there. I called softly to my husband. The door to our bedroom was open, and I could see his feet. He was asleep. I fought my fear and went into the bedroom. I shook my husband awake, asked him to stay with me while I shut down the computer, and not to ask any questions. He loyally stood by as I got ready for bed. Later, my husband told me what he'd experienced. He had thought he saw a dark figure in the hallway while standing at the doorway. He didn't say anything because he knew I was already scared. He understood my experiences and knew how unsettling they could be. After that, I got up to check on our son, who had started fussing. When I went to his room, he was sitting up in his crib, staring at the right side of his crib, at the flat side of the dresser. There was nothing there. I figured he was half asleep, so I laid him back down. My husband was heading into the room when I walked past him. Before I entered the room, I noticed a shadow near the kids' play area in the living room. I quickly went to my room, trying not to think about it, but I couldn't shake the feeling. It was like someone was trying to get my attention, no matter how much I tried to block it out. Once in bed, I felt a presence in the room. It was a heavy, sorrowful feeling that filled the space. I looked at the corner of the ceiling, where it seemed to be coming from. Then I heard a woman sobbing. The cry wasn't coming from anywhere specific, but it sounded all around me. My husband didn't hear it since he was already asleep. I knew the cry was meant for me. It was the most painful, sorrowful sound I'd ever heard. At that moment, I heard my son fussing again, and on the baby monitor, I could hear my 2-year-old tossing in her sleep. I went to check on my son, and again, he was sitting up in his crib, staring at the same spot. I felt uneasy, like someone had just been in his room. I prayed over him, asking for peace and protection. I did the same for my daughter and sensed they would both sleep peacefully the rest of the night. They did. When I returned to my room, I looked back at the living room. There was no shadow at first, but then, above the play kitchen, a dark mass began to form. At first, it was small, then grew larger and stretched down to the floor. It seemed to be trying to take shape, like it was becoming a person. I started praying, asking for it to leave my children alone and to leave my house. In an instant, the shadow disappeared. I returned to bed, but only a few minutes later, I heard the sobbing again. It scared me, but I also felt deep sadness. I knew who it was. After allowing myself to accept it, I realized it was my cousin, T. I knew she wasn't asking for help, but just expressing her sorrow. Though she had passed, I realized she was grieving because she had lost her children. She wasn't haunting them, just showing me, as a mother, the depth of her sadness. I spoke to her silently, asking her to let go and move on. I reassured her that her children knew she loved them, and I would tell them if they needed to hear it. A wave of calmness filled the room, and I knew it was over. At the funeral I saw T's children. I saw the sadness in their eyes, but behind that, I also saw understanding. They knew their mother's love was always with them. As we stood around her casket, I looked up at the vast blue sky. I felt my cousin's love in the warmth of the sun, and I sensed she was watching her children, finding peace and knowing they carried her love, even in their sadness. I hoped it was enough to help her move on and wait for the day she would see them again. It was the first holiday without our father, and it felt really strange. A mix of emotions. On one hand, it felt like a relief. Our parents just didn't get along. The fighting was terrible, and we spent a lot of time hiding in our rooms, trying to escape the bickering. Eventually, it was over. They sat us down and told us they were getting divorced. We knew it was for the best, and in a way, I was relieved. No more listening to the grown-ups act like children. I took charge of the younger kids, keeping them away from the shouting and slaps when things got out of hand. Daddy moved on, and Mother, well, she did the best she could, I suppose. The first year was tough, but we tried to find normalcy. Playing, going to school, just being kids. The first Christmas after the divorce was somber. We were told there wouldn't be any presents that year. I hoped my dad wasn't the reason for that, but I suspected he wasn't sending much, if any, child support. We were barely getting by. I was a sickly kid. There was always something wrong with me, but now I realize it was because I was sensitive, with gifts I didn't fully understand. But that's not the point of my story. I want to tell you about the first Christmas without our father. My brother was getting fitted for his costume. He was going to play an angel in the Christmas story. I kept telling Mother the costume wasn't right. Angel wings were supposed to be bigger, wider, with big arches that curved downward. I remember my brother laughing and saying, "How would you know?" I was upset but couldn't say anything back. I had seen real angels, and I knew what their wings looked like. Who would believe me, though? So I stayed quiet, just fuming inside. Later, as we were all sitting quietly in the living room, listening to Christmas music and reading, I glanced to my right. In the doorway to our bedroom stood an old man. He was wearing high-waisted pants, suspenders, and a plaid shirt. I blurted out, "Who is that man?" Mother looked up from her book, completely calm. "Oh, that's your great-grandfather. He died before I was born, but he likes to visit during the holidays." I had never seen him before, and neither had anyone else. My brother and sisters looked at us like we were crazy. "What man?" my brother asked. "I don't see anybody," my sister chimed in. By the time they finished asking questions, the old man was gone. He hadn't said a word, never lived in our house, and had passed away in another country. It was the first and only time my mother talked about the ghost of her grandfather. She didn't say much, and once he was gone, she acted like it never happened. After that, we never discussed the paranormal again. Over the years, I think my mother liked to keep it as her own little secret. She was a bit narcissistic, so maybe she never wanted to explain it. I was about 12 years old when this happened. Every summer since I was 7, my family would visit my grandparents in the province for a much-needed break from city life. I was over at my friend's house one day, playing with their dog, Spots. I never had a dog, so I played with Spots whenever I was in the province. My friend's father was a close family friend and a high-ranking police officer in the area. Later on, I learned he was in charge of a division to take down drug cartels that used the mountain areas to grow marijuana within the legal cornfields. Along with his 4 cop buddies, who were also his subordinates, they would often come over to my grandparents' house whenever we were in the province. The 4 of them were rowdy, funny, and would frequently joke around, often teasing my friend's father. They called him Chief, because they respected him more than their actual station chief. They had a deep bond from working together for 6 years. After lunch at my grandparents' house, the group made a quick banter of jokes before getting into their jeep to head back to the station. My friend's father was taking 3 days off for health reasons, so we went with him back to their house. We watched TV for a couple of hours before my friend dozed off on the couch. I was sitting on the sofa, patting Spots on the head when I felt a sudden cold breeze. At the same time, Spots jumped up and ran to my friend, whimpering. The air was unusually cold, and it made the hair on the back of my neck stand up. For some reason, I felt an overwhelming sadness deep in my chest. My friend, still sound asleep, didn't notice. I was about to go check on Spots when I heard someone call my friend's father's name. The voice sounded strange, almost inhuman. I peeked through the curtain, relieved to see it was his 4 cop buddies in uniform, standing in front of the gate. I quickly called out to my friend's father, telling him that his friends were looking for him. He heard the strange voice too and stepped out from the kitchen where he'd been making a snack. He opened the door, and that's when I noticed a dark, hooded figure out of the corner of my eye. This shadowy figure had appeared in all of my previous paranormal experiences. I recognized it immediately, and a feeling of dread washed over me. I thought to myself, "Oh God, no!" My friend's father walked to the gate and asked his friends what was wrong, as it was unusual for them to return from the station so quickly. All 4 of them remained silent, their faces calm. He asked again, and as he approached them, they stood straight and saluted him. I could see the deep seriousness in their eyes, and it was clear they were acknowledging something important. Each one of them looked at him as if they were saying goodbye, and my friend's father paused for a moment, took a deep breath, and returned the salute. The exchange lasted longer than usual, a silent recognition between them. At that moment, my friend woke up and asked, "What are you guys doing?" Both my friend's father and I turned to him, and when we looked back at where the 4 cops had been standing, they were gone. My friend's father quickly said, "It was nothing," and went to his room, visibly teary-eyed. About 15 minutes later, the phone rang. My friend's father quickly picked it up. I could see from his face that it was bad news. His expression went from worried to deeply sad. He spoke for a couple of minutes before hanging up. He took a deep breath and told us that his station chief had called. The chief informed him that a couple of his subordinates had been ambushed by suspected hitmen from the drug cartel about an hour and a half ago. My friend's father's heart sank when he heard the names of the fallen officers. It was his 4 buddies. They had been gunned down while driving back to the station. They were rushed to the hospital but were declared dead on arrival. We went to the hospital with him. My friend's father shed a few tears when he saw his fallen comrades. He gave their bodies a final salute before leaving the morgue. Family members arrived shortly after. Some cried, others sighed, lamenting that they hadn't been able to say goodbye. Sitting quietly in the hospital hallway with my friend's father, I could see in his eyes how lucky he was to have had the chance to say goodbye to his 4 buddies. When you get married, you make a vow to love each other until death parts you. While I'm not married, I understand that vow deeply because I've experienced love that continues even after death. I met Noel in high school. He wasn't the typical boy next door. He was quiet, smart, and average-looking. Not particularly handsome, but not unattractive either. I found his personality attractive though, and I wanted to get to know him. I worked hard to break through his quiet exterior and became his friend. Over time, we became best friends. After 2 years, our friendship grew into something more, and we became lovers. They say when you fall in love with your best friend, your relationship will be strong. I agree. Ours was the best relationship I'd ever had. I loved him so much, and I knew he felt the same way. We went to the same college and took the same courses. We were inseparable, always together. From morning until night, we did everything side by side. He was the sweetest guy I'd ever been with. Every day, he'd slip a small love letter in the shape of a heart into my notebooks, something I'd find when I went to use them. He never forgot our anniversary and would call me every night, even though we were together all day. I will never forget September 26, 2004. That night, he called and said he couldn't talk long because he was feeling very sick. I told him to rest and not worry about it. Before hanging up, he said, "Mahal, remember, I love you truly, and even death will never stop me from loving you." I smiled when I heard that, but a strange sadness hit me. I wondered why I felt so hurt by his words, even though they were sweet. It left a lingering feeling of unease inside. That night, I fell asleep peacefully, but I woke up later to a cold sensation on my cheek, as though something was holding it. Then I heard a soft whisper, "Mahal." I recognized the voice instantly. I shot up in bed, drenched in sweat, my breath quick and shallow. I don't know why, but I cried uncontrollably for what felt like an hour. It was a sadness I couldn't explain, as if someone had left me. I finally fell back asleep, and when I woke up the next morning, I noticed Noel hadn't sent me his usual good morning text. That was strange. When I went downstairs, my mother was sitting at the table, looking worried. She told me to sit down. Then she said, "Noel's sister called this morning. She said Noel was rushed to the hospital last night because of a very high fever. 2 hours later, he passed away." I couldn't believe it. I felt sick to my stomach and vomited. Noel was gone, and I realized the voice I heard that night was his. Even now, I still feel his presence sometimes. When I sleep, I feel soft hands brushing against me. I find small heart-shaped love letters in my notebook. I'm not sure if they're new ones or old ones he left there, but I can't explain it. Sometimes, when I walk alone, I feel like there's someone walking beside me. Even now, as I write this, I sense him near me. I know he kept his promise. I will continue loving you, even if death comes. I grew up in a small lakeside town in Wisconsin called Algoma. When I was around 11 or 12, my cousin drowned in an accident in a river just a block away from where his family lived. I don't know many of the details of his death, but I mention it here to provide some context for the rest of the story. After my cousin passed away, My parents decided to move into the apartment that had once belonged to my aunt and uncle. It was a large 4-bedroom house, big enough for our growing family. The apartment had 4 bedrooms and 1 bathroom. My parents' bedroom and the room they called the nursery were at one end of the house, while the other 2 bedrooms were at the opposite end. The kitchen, bathroom, and living room separated the bedrooms. I shared a room with my oldest brother, even though there were 2 other rooms at that end of the house. My youngest brother slept down by my parents. The unused room had once belonged to my deceased cousin, and it was now being used for storage. I remember getting up in the middle of the night to use the bathroom and always making sure to close the door. Each time, I would hear footsteps moving back and forth outside. It sounded like someone walking from my parents' bedroom to our room. After using the bathroom, I would check on my brother, who was always asleep, then go downstairs to check on my parents, who were still in bed. This happened for years. When I was older, my mom decided I was old enough to have my own room. She moved me into my cousin's old room, which was still being used for storage. She painted the room a sunny yellow to help me adjust. I had a set of bunk beds in the room. After the first couple of nights, things started to happen. The first odd occurrence was with the door. My parents had installed a hook lock on the outside to keep us kids from getting in. The door didn't always shut completely, but one night, while I was sitting on the bottom bunk watching TV, the door suddenly slammed shut. I thought it was my little brother playing tricks, but when I went to open it, it wouldn't budge. I panicked, pulling on the door, but then it suddenly opened. I walked into the living room, but everyone was asleep. I checked on my brother, and he was in a deep sleep. This continued happening, but I never told my mom, not wanting to upset her. One night, I was watching TV late when I started to doze off. Suddenly, I felt arms cross over me, holding me down, like someone had their fingers laced over my stomach. At the same time, the door slammed shut again. I panicked. It only lasted a minute or 2, but once it stopped, I was out of there. Later, after we moved out, my mom shared something with us. She told us that when we first moved into the apartment, she had put my brother in that room. He had trouble sleeping there and kept talking about the little boy who played cards with him. She would hear him talking at night and keep telling him to go to bed. One night, after repeatedly telling him to go to bed, she opened the door and saw my brother's Hot Wheels cars floating in a circle. She watched for about 30 seconds, and then looked at my brother, who was sound asleep. Just then, the cars fell to the floor. She also mentioned that she used to hear footsteps walking up and down the hall at all hours of the night. She would often say, "Go to bed," and call out my cousin's name. The walking would stop after that. By the time I was 14, we had moved out. It seemed like nothing ever happened when we had visitors over. It was almost as if when we left, the ghost moved on with us. October 3rd, 2006, 7 days after Noel's death. This was the day we took him to his final resting place, Heaven's Gate in Baguio City. The night before, my family and I were on our way to Baguio, which is about 8 hours away from Manila. I was sitting alone in the back of our van, my 2 sisters in the middle, and my mother sitting up front with my father driving. I was still in denial, unable to accept that Noel was really gone. I knew this would be the last day I could see his body, and the reality of it was hard to grasp. I was looking at pictures of us on my phone, crying as I remembered the days we spent together. When we reached Screw Mountain, something strange happened. I don't know why, but I felt like someone was calling me. I looked out the window and saw nothing, so I just brushed it off. It was around 7 p.m., and it was already very dark. My father stopped at a small coffee shop. We got out to get some food, but I stayed outside to get some air. Then I heard someone call my name, and it came from the car. I wasn't sure if I was imagining it, but when I looked, I saw Noel sitting in the back of the car, looking at me. It wasn't frightening, it actually made me feel excited and happy. I rushed to the car to hug him, but when I reached the back seat, he was gone. I felt disappointed and very sad. I told myself I had just imagined it. I was standing by the door to the coffee shop when I looked at the car again. To my surprise, I saw Noel sitting in the back, still looking at me. I started walking toward the car, but something stopped me. I couldn't move any closer. I just stayed there, watching. Noel's face looked peaceful, content, and happy. He was holding my phone, the one I had left in the car, likely looking at our photos. Then, he turned toward me and gave me the most beautiful smile I had ever seen. It was a smile filled with peace, happiness, and freedom from all worries. His image slowly blurred, and then he was gone. I was in shock when I heard my father's voice. "What are you looking at? You look crazy, smiling and crying at nothing," I replied. "Nothing, Papa. I just miss Noel so much." He patted me on the shoulder, and we both went back to the car. When I sat in the back seat, I noticed my phone was lying quietly in the corner. I picked it up and was surprised to see that the wallpaper had changed. It was now a picture of me and Noel at Manila Bay, with the sun in the background. Even in death, Noel found a way to make me happy in his own ghostly way. It felt like he was telling me that he was happy wherever he was now and that he would always be with me. When I saw him sitting in the back of the car, it felt like he was saying he had been there all along. That last smile he gave me that night is something I will treasure for the rest of my life. I would give anything to see that smile again. I miss him and love him so much. This happened just a few weeks ago, and after thinking it over, I've decided to share the experience of my lovely Nan, who passed away in 2005, and my visit to her after her death. My sister, Nan, and I are the only ones in the family who believe in ghosts. Growing up, Nan would always share her ghostly experiences, and there were quite a few of them. Nan Alma was like a second mother to us, and I still miss her deeply. Every weekend was spent at her house doing fun things, watching gladiators, blind date, strange but true, drawing tattoos on her arm with a biro, painting her nails, doing her hair, and then dancing around the living room until we were exhausted. She was the most fun Nan I could have asked for, and life without her seemed unimaginable. When I was younger, I had a dream that she was taken from me, and it made me sad. So, I ran to her house and made her promise me that when she passed, she would give me a sign that she was happy in the afterlife. It may sound morbid, but I needed to know she was content and at peace. Sadly, Nan passed away in September 2005, after suffering from MRSA. She had a severe knee problem, and one night she fell and couldn't get up. I won't go into the details of the injuries, as they're too upsetting, but she spent 3 days in the hospital before she passed away. I stayed by her side the entire time. When she was sleeping, I'd brush her hair, hold her hand, and tell her how beautiful she was and how much we all loved her. On the third night, my mother and uncle stayed with her, and my sister and I were exhausted, so we decided to get some rest. That night, Nan passed away. Since then, I've visited spiritualists and churches, hoping to make contact with her, but nothing happened. Then, last week, I had the strangest dream. I found myself in Nan's old house, sitting in the chair I used to sit in as a child. I looked around and saw my sister as a toddler, looking at me and giving me a cheeky smile while hiding behind her teddy bear. And there was Nan, sitting on the couch, watching TV and sipping her tea. I was in shock. It felt like I had traveled back 20 years. But I knew I was there as I am now, 24 years old. Nan put her cup down, turned to me, and said, "There you are, Poppet! You're finally here. I'm going to make another cup of tea and get some cake." I couldn't believe it. There was Nan, the one I missed so much. My heart physically ached as I saw her. She was going to make tea, just like she always did. I looked at my sister again, who was shyly smiling and giggling behind her teddy bear, looking about 7 or 8 years old, even though she's 3 years older than me. Then Nan returned with the tea, walked over to me, and bent down with a smile. "Have some cake, Poppet. I've made it especially for you." I immediately grabbed her around the waist as I was sitting down and said, "Nan, I miss and love you so much." She sat down beside me, gave me a big hug, and said, "Don't stop smiling, Penny. I miss and love you too. At that point I woke up. I can't describe how happy I was. Nan kept her promise to me. I know she's happy and that she has my sister with her as a toddler. I hope I'll have another dream encounter with her one day. Fingers crossed. I told my sister, and she was so happy too. Hopefully, Nan will visit her soon. It would mean the world to her. And it means the world to me. The back door of our house is actually the front door, but we call the entryway the mudroom. As you walk in, you pass by the washer and dryer, a small wall, the furnace, a water softener, which we don't use, and a deep freeze. When you step through the doorway into the house, you're in the kitchen. To the right is the living room. Adjacent to the living room, and against the wall of the mudroom, is my bedroom and the master bath. If you walk through the kitchen and into the dining room, you'll get to the family room. Off the family room, there are my son's room, on the right, and my daughter's room, also on the right, with the children's bathroom at the end of the hall on the left. It's nearly impossible to keep the house evenly heated or cooled. My room is often either a sauna in the winter, to keep the kids warm, or freezing cold in the summer, to keep them cool. So, in November, my room is usually stifling hot. The other night, my son and I were sitting on my bed, watching his favorite series. We were only half watching because the set kept freezing, and we were visiting with my father-in-law. His communications have become slower recently, and I worry this means he's about to pass over to the land of many summers for an extended stay. My husband, Race, walked in and asked, "Why is it so bleeping cold in here?" My son and I just exchanged glances and continued what we were doing. Race then went into the bathroom, came out with a puzzled expression, and said he'd checked both air registers. Warm air was coming out, as expected. He went to check the furnace, and the kids' side of the house. Everything seemed fine. He puzzled over it for the next few hours until it was time to put our 5-year-old to bed. We ignored him and continued watching TV. Let him figure it out for once. Later, when we went to our room to sleep, we turned on the light. It's a ceiling fan with a built-in light, very old, with one pull cord for the fan and another for the light. I didn't immediately notice the fan wasn't spinning until I realized the room was getting warmer than usual. I pointed it out to Race, and he started investigating again. After about 4 hours with the fan still not working, he declared the motor had died. Just then, the fan suddenly started spinning. Relieved that we wouldn't roast in our sleep, Race shrugged it off and got into bed. I followed suit, and nothing else happened for the rest of the night. That was until around 4 a.m. when our little one came bounding into our room and up onto the bed, ready to start his new day. It was July 1984 when I lived in my apartment house, and this period remains the most haunting experience I've had. I lived in a small town in an apartment building where Carmen and her husband, Bill, lived upstairs. They were my landlord's parents and were in their 80s. Carmen was healthy enough to still drive on Sundays, and Bill was mostly blind and somewhat deaf. Carmen took care of him in their old age. They seemed to like me, and I think they saw me as protection since I lived in the basement. One day in July, I came home to the news that Carmen had passed away during a heart attack on the way to the hospital. This left Bill alone, and for the next 3 months, he stayed in the apartment with assisted living help during the day. That's when the strange things started happening in the basement, with many occurrences over the next 6 months. The first happened one night when I was lying in bed, trying to fall asleep. I was startled by a loud thump on top of my dresser, sounding like a small firecracker. It happened again a minute later. Frightened, I turned on the light and stared at the dresser, but saw nothing. After it stopped, I was too scared to stay in the apartment, and almost fled, but the noise never came again. The second event occurred on a Saturday night when I was getting ready to go out. I had the stereo on and was shaving when the phone rang. I turned the volume down to answer it, and then went back to shaving in the bathroom when I heard a loud crash in the living room. I rushed out to see my large painting lying on the floor. After finishing my call, I looked at the wall to see the hooks were still intact. These hooks were at least 1.5 inches long, so the picture would have had to rise up and over them to fall. There was no way the vibration from the stereo could have done it since I had turned it down so low. Another strange event occurred one Saturday morning when I went to help my dad clean his garage. I came home around 6 p.m. and checked my mail when I heard my cuckoo clock go off. I looked at it, and it read 2 o'clock. I then went to change my clothes and noticed my bedroom clock read 3:15. In a panic, I checked my office clock, and it said 12:25. I was confused. All the clocks had been correct when I left that morning. I went upstairs to ask Bill if anyone had been messing with the electricity, but he said no one had been there all day, and everything was fine with the power. My door was locked, and the batteries in the clocks were fresh. Someone had to have changed them, but I couldn't explain how. After 3 months, Bill moved to a rest home, and the upstairs apartment was vacant. I went up to look at it, thinking of moving into the space. There was no furniture left at all. That's when the scariest experience occurred. One night, I was sleeping when I heard noise upstairs. I wasn't alarmed at first because I was used to hearing their TV blaring, especially the 700 Club, which aired at that time. I had gotten used to the sound when I lived below their living room. I rolled over, ready to go back to sleep, but then it hit me. There was no one upstairs anymore. I jumped out of bed, turned on the light, and paced the floor while still hearing the TV. The hairs on my neck stood up, and I had to pinch myself to make sure I wasn't dreaming. I knew this was real. The TV show finished, and I heard the faint, slow footsteps of Carmen, just like she used to do, walking around and turning off a TV that wasn't there. Then I heard something new, the sound of a rocking chair creaking. I immediately went upstairs to check it out. It was dark, and the door was locked. I went outside to check the windows and the front door, but there were no footprints in the fresh snow. I went back downstairs, and the house was quiet for the rest of the night. I stayed, but I was shaken, and I wondered if it was Carmen trying to reach out. The next part was even stranger. A friend came over after we'd gone to see a movie. He was supposed to stay for an hour, but only stayed for 5 minutes before leaving, looking upset. I didn't mention what had happened to him until about a year later, when we were talking. He confessed that, as a religious person, he had a special ability to sense the presence of the dead. He told me he had felt something in my bedroom that night and that, while it wasn't evil, it made him feel very uncomfortable. That's when I realized it wasn't just me experiencing these things. Soon after that, I noticed the strange occurrences stopped. Then I found out that Bill had passed away a few weeks earlier. When I put everything together, I realized that Carmen and Bill had met as kids and had been together for all those years. Carmen wasn't going to leave without him, and I believe she was trying to communicate with me before he passed. Everything that happened seemed harmless, even prankish at times. I realized it was a love story, a love that transcended death. When Bill died, they left together for the light and left the house behind. I lived there for many more years without any incidents, and when my friend came over again, he said the house felt normal, without the strange energy it once had. And so, everything returned to peace, and the love story between Carmen and Bill continued, even after death. Two years ago, a close friend of mine tragically passed away in a car crash. I've never considered myself sensitive or attuned to such things, but I often feel his presence. How do I know it's him? I just do. There have been times when I've felt there's something, or someone there, though I can't explain it. I talk to him, see him in my dreams, though I hate it because, well, dreams always end, and I even feel his touch. He's the only person I've known who's passed away, and I miss him terribly. Once, he even appeared to me in a photograph I took a couple of New Years ago. He seemed sad. But despite all of this, I've never felt threatened or scared by his visits. In fact, I value these moments deeply. This brings me to my latest experience. Recently, I've been researching spirits and trying to become more aware of them. After a long night of reading, I turned off the computer and climbed into bed. My husband was asleep on the couch, too difficult to wake up. As I settled in, I began to feel a bit uneasy. I turned my head toward the corner of the room near the head of the bed and sensed something there. It wasn't anything physical. The hall light was shining into the room just enough for me to see. But as I stared, I saw a misty shape in the corner. When I focused, it vanished. Were my eyes playing tricks on me? I tried to shrug it off, but the feeling lingered. I knew it wasn't my friend. He always made his presence known through his familiar touch. Still, I felt a bit frightened, though I didn't feel threatened. I just felt uncomfortable, like someone unfamiliar was standing there, watching. I tried to relax and turned away, thinking if I ignored it, it would go away. I closed my eyes for a second, but the air around my face grew chilly. I opened my eyes but saw nothing. Or rather, nothing visible. It felt like whatever it was had come closer and was now kneeling beside my bed, facing me. I'd done my research, so despite feeling tired and uncomfortable, I calmly told whatever it was to please leave, as it was making me uneasy. It backed off. I lay there for what felt like ages, resisting sleep. I wanted to wake my husband, but he's always been closed off to things like this and would have just told me to go back to bed. Exhausted, I finally started drifting in and out of sleep. And that's when I heard voices, distant and muffled, but definitely there. It sounded like two men talking to each other. I was awake but half asleep, maybe in a semi-conscious state. I tried to listen, but I couldn't remember what they were saying. It wasn't a dream, I know that much. Eventually, I fell into a deep sleep and woke up the next morning without having woken up once in the night. Maybe I imagined it all. Maybe I spooked myself after reading so much about spirits. But if it did happen, I wonder, what did it want from me? Maybe I should have asked? But I guess I'll never know. This experience happened about a year ago, but after recently finding this website, I've decided to share what may have been a paranormal event I was a part of. I lost my nan 5 years ago when I was around 11 years old. I'm 16 now. She was a kind-hearted lady who never harmed anyone. She didn't drink, didn't smoke, and spent her life caring for others. Losing her at such a young age devastated me, but I've since learned to cope with it. Around the age of 15, my sister and I were watching the TV program Most Haunted in my room. During the show, the hosts took part in a ritual where one person sits alone in a dark room in front of a mirror, with only a small light source next to them. They mentioned that this could bring back the image of yourself from a past life, or even summon a spirit trying to contact you. At the time, I was a little skeptical, so I didn't take it seriously, but my sister was a bit scared by the idea and decided to leave the room. After the program finished, around 11 p.m., I started getting ready for bed. My bed is positioned horizontally on the opposite side of the door in my room. To the left side of my bed, there's a radiator, and on top of it is a mirror. I was finishing putting some school books under my bed near the radiator when I glanced up into the mirror. I don't know why, but for some reason, I just kept staring into it. Then I saw it. The image of an elderly lady took my place in the mirror. It lasted for about 10 seconds, and then I got scared and hid under my covers for the rest of the night. I wasn't sure if it was just my imagination, influenced by the TV program, or if it was my nan returning. The mirror is still on the radiator near my bed, and I can't bring myself to look into it in the dark anymore. What makes it stranger is that I believe my nan may have given the mirror to my parents a few years before she passed away. Eventually, I started turning the mirror around at night so the wooden back faced me instead of the reflective side. I'd really like to hear people's thoughts on this and any advice. If anyone thinks this might have been a paranormal experience, I'd be happy to share other occurrences I've experienced in my house. This is a difficult story for me to share. It's about my cousin and best friend, Neil, and how he visited me after his death. Neil was murdered on June 25, 2006. His own friend, high on crack, beat him to death with a hammer. They had argued over an Xbox. His friend stole it from Neo's house, and when Neo went back to get it, things got out of control. There were other reasons for his anger, but they don't matter now. The only thing that matters is that someone took my cousin away from me. Even now, it hurts to talk about. I miss him every day, and I hope he understands my pain. I wasn't sure if I should go to his funeral. I wanted to remember him the way he was, alive, laughing, singing, and being himself. I didn't want my last memory of him to be in a casket. But I knew I had to say goodbye. When I walked inside, it felt like my heart stopped. My legs went weak, and before I knew it, I was on my knees staring at his casket from across the room. My father helped me stand, but I could barely breathe. I sat in a pew, frozen, for half an hour before gathering the courage to go to him. As I got closer, I looked at his body and suddenly shouted, "That's not Neo!" I cried louder than I meant to. My father rushed to hold me, but I kept repeating, "That's not him. He's cold and hard. It doesn't look like him." He tried to pull me away, but I wouldn't move. I kissed Neo's hand and, in prayer, begged him not to leave me. I asked him to visit me in my dreams and watch over my child. Then I walked back to my seat, still crying. A week later I made "Rest in Peace" t-shirts for Neo and picked them up from the shop. When I got into my car, a song started playing, one about losing a loved one. That might not sound strange, except I hadn't put that CD in. I didn't even know it was in the car. And somehow, the song started on track 12. A CD doesn't just skip to a random track unless someone presses the button. I listened as the music filled the car. Then I got goosebumps, all over my right arm only. My arm was resting on the console between the driver's and passenger's seats. At a stoplight, I looked down and saw the hairs standing straight up. Then, I felt something touching me. It was like a hand gently caressing my right arm. I turned my head, expecting to see someone sitting next to me. But no one was there. Tears filled my eyes, and I laughed and cried at the same time. "Neo, I know you're here. Thank you for visiting me. I miss you so much." I kept singing along, louder this time. When I got to my grandmother's house, I told my family what happened. Some of them cried, but they all smiled. They were happy for me. A few days later, my brother Salvador and a friend went to the house where Neo was murdered. They didn't know what to expect. What they saw haunted them. The walls were covered in blood. The kitchen floor had puddles of it. There were handprints smeared across the floor, as if Neo had tried to crawl away. The worst part? Pieces of his brain were still there. Horrified, they lit candles in the room and said a prayer for him. 2 weeks later, I went to the house with a few close friends. We wanted to pray again, hoping to help Neo find peace. I stayed in the car while my friends went inside. I didn't want to see what they saw. 5 minutes later, they came back pale as ghosts. "Jasmine, don't go in there. Ever," Danny said. I asked why, but he wouldn't explain. "You don't want to see it. Trust me. We need to leave." I looked up at the house and saw flickering light in the window. "What's that light?" Danny hesitated. "Candles." My heart dropped. Those candles had been lit 2 weeks ago. That meant they never burned out. That meant Neo was still there. After that, I had the same dream every night. In front of my bed was a desk and chair. In my dream, Neo was sitting in that chair, watching me sleep. He didn't say anything, just sat there with a soft smile. His eyes looked so kind. When I woke up, I'd stare at the chair, half expecting him to still be there. I thought his visits had stopped. But 2 years later, something happened that made me think he was still watching over me. After his death, his mother blamed me. She said I introduced him to the wrong people. She thought it was my fault he died. I knew it wasn't true, but the guilt still crushed me. Over time, though, she started to forgive. She heard more about how much Neo loved me, and little by little, she stopped blaming me. Then, one day, she called my mom out of the blue. "Neo is looking for Jasmine," she said. She had a dream where he appeared, looking worried. He didn't say much, just kept repeating my name, At the time, I was in a dark place. I was depressed. I had even thought about taking my own life. I think Neo was trying to reach me, to stop me from doing something I couldn't undo. But it wasn't just me he visited. I believe he showed himself to my 2-year-old daughter. She had never met him. She was just 1 month old when he died, and I never even spoke of him to her. One day, I was in my bedroom, crying. I thought my daughter was in the living room watching TV. But then I heard her tiny voice. "Mommy, are you crying?" I wiped my tears and said, "No, baby. Mommy's okay." Then she said something that made my heart stop. "Neo said don't cry." I froze. "Baby, who is Neo?" She shrugged. "I don't know." I didn't know what to think. Neo had his struggles in life, but I always saw him as an angel, not a ghost. Maybe he really was my guardian angel after all. Maybe he was looking out for me, and my daughter too. I don't have all the answers. But I know Neo never really left me. And I don't think he ever will. About a year ago, when I was 6 months pregnant with my son, Jazz, my husband and I went out for dinner at a local Thai hut. I was full after eating tom yam as we drove home to our kampung, which means village in Malay. It was late, around midnight, and light rain had started. I rolled up my window and continued talking with my husband. As we neared his parents' house, I suddenly felt a soft, gentle touch on my right shoulder. Confused, I turned to my husband. "Did you just touch me?" I asked. He shook his head. It didn't make sense. He's not the type to randomly show affection. Then, without thinking, I said, "It felt like a grandmotherly touch. Like someone's in the back seat." I expected him to dismiss it, especially since he doesn't like talking about such things late at night. But instead, he asked, "Where exactly did you feel it?" I pointed to the road we had just passed, near some tobacco leaves. His face changed. "That's where my grandmother is buried," he said. I hadn't even known there was a family cemetery in that wooded area. The next day, I fell ill. It started with mild discomfort but quickly turned into pneumonia. I was bedridden for weeks, with dangerously high and low temperatures. Malaysia's heat and humidity were suffocating, yet I shivered under thick blankets, my lips turning purple. I could barely eat, and I feared for my unborn baby. During those long nights, I often felt someone with me. I wasn't alone. I could sense someone gently pulling the blanket over me, tucking me in. It felt just like that touch on my shoulder. After I recovered, the feeling disappeared, until after my son was born. I had a C-section, and in Malay culture, new mothers follow a strict 40-day confinement period. I was placed under my mother-in-law's care, where I was massaged, covered in oils, wrapped in a stomach binder, and put on a strict diet of soups, teas, and ginger. It might sound nice, but it was exhausting. One afternoon, while resting with my newborn, I woke up to the feeling of someone slipping socks onto my feet. It's a rule during confinement. New mothers must keep their feet covered. Half asleep, I assumed it was my sister-in-law and closed my eyes. Then I remembered, I had locked the door. Struggling with the pain from my stitches, I sat up and looked at the door. The lock was still in place. I was also covered with a thin green blanket. I hate socks. I don't like being covered in the middle of the day. When my husband came in, I asked him if he had done it. He said no. My sister-in-law also denied it. But I already knew the answer. Days later, my mother-in-law mentioned something strange. She had noticed Jazz staring at a certain spot in the room, the foot of our bed. His eyes would follow something, as if he was watching someone move. He wasn't scared. He seemed happy, amused even. I told my husband everything. He listened and finally said, "It was probably my grandmother taking care of you." I wasn't afraid. In fact, it made me feel safe knowing she was there, watching over us. About 10 years ago, I had one of my first paranormal experiences while visiting my mother's hometown, Mixtlan, Jalisco, Mexico. It was my second time there. On my first visit, I met my great-grandmother. She had just turned 100 and was in poor health. A few days after meeting her, she was bitten by a venomous spider, fell into a coma, and passed away in my grandmother's house. I remember the town doctor confirming her death, as family gathered around her bed. I was 7 or 8 at the time and got the chance to say my final goodbyes. My mother wasn't there when she passed. She had gone to Guadalajara to get medicine that wasn't available in town, unaware of what had happened. About an hour after my great-grandmother's death, my mother returned home and was met with the terrible news. She was heartbroken, crying because she hadn't been able to say goodbye. She went straight to my great-grandmother's bedside, took her hand, and whispered in her ear, "Abuela, ya lego su hija Oralia, grandmother, your daughter Oralia has arrived." Everyone in the room froze in shock as my great-grandmother suddenly moved her arm. My mother was able to say her final goodbye. At that moment, my great-grandmother closed her eyes and took her last breath. Years later, on my second trip to Mexico, I was 10 or 11. I had to sleep in the same room where she had passed away. The thought alone made me uneasy. A week and a half into my stay, I began feeling restless at night for no reason. One night, while sleeping alone in the room, something woke me up. I tried to go back to sleep, but then I started hearing noises. I knew I was alone, and that terrified me even more. I kept my eyes shut and tried to ignore it, but the noises grew louder. Then I heard heavy breathing right next to me. At first I thought it was my own, but something felt wrong. Before I could react, my blankets were suddenly yanked. I froze. I couldn't move or scream. I was completely paralyzed for a few seconds before finally breaking free and running straight to my mother's room. I woke her, my grandmother, and my grandfather, shaking as I told them what had happened. My grandmother didn't believe me. She dismissed it, saying, "No one has died in that room." But I knew she wasn't telling the truth. I remembered everything from when I was younger. She insisted it was just a bad dream, but I wasn't convinced. To this day, I believe it was my great-grandmother trying to communicate with me in a strange way. I'm 21 now, and I've only slept in that room once since then, but I made sure I wasn't alone. That experience changed my life. It gave me a deep respect for the paranormal, but also left me with a fear I can't shake. When I was around 7 or 8 years old, my family lived in a 3-story mansion in Midtown Sacramento. The house was 83 years old and had been left to my grandmother by her best friend, Esther, who passed away from cancer at the age of 77. Esther was one of the kindest people I'd ever known. She never spoke badly about anyone and always had a smile on her face, even when the cancer had clearly taken its toll. She passed away peacefully in what we called the Blue Room, which later became my mom's bedroom. From the moment we moved in, I felt like I was never really alone. It wasn't scary, just an odd sense of presence. Like a lot of kids, I would sometimes forget to turn off lights or close cabinet doors. But whenever I turned back around, the lights would switch off on their own, and cabinets I'd left open would slowly shut by themselves. Our dog acted strangely too, but never in a fearful way. I would find her lying on her back in the living room, kicking her legs in the air as if someone was scratching her belly. Other times, she would stand in one spot, sniffing the air at a height where a shorter person's hand might be. My parents fought constantly. My dad would storm out, and my mom would go to bed, leaving my brother and me alone upstairs. After one of their fights, I would hear slow, heavy footsteps coming up the stairs, too slow to be either of my parents. My bedroom door would open, but when I looked, no one was there. The windows were shut, and there were no vents in the room, but I could always feel something near me. Despite the tension in the house, I always managed to fall asleep. I believe it was Esther. She never had children of her own, but she had loved my brother and me like we were hers. She couldn't stop the fighting, but she could be there for me in the only way she knew how. I once asked my brother if he ever felt her presence. He said no, But I think he just didn't want to admit he believed in ghosts. Esther never touched me. I think she knew it would scare me. Instead, she stayed just close enough, watching over me when no one else did. That's what I believed then, and that's what I'll always believe. My grandma, Mimi, passed away on September 27, 2005, just a month after Hurricane Katrina. She had been battling Alzheimer's for years, and the stress of the evacuation seemed to be the final blow. She was living in a nursing home in New Orleans at the time, and I spent a lot of time by her side before she passed. Her ashes were kept at my parents' house for 3 years because, due to the hurricane, the cemeteries in New Orleans were not suitable for burials. I always found it strange that her ashes sat there, but we didn't bury them until November 2008. Before her Alzheimer's took over, she lived in a senior citizen's apartment. I loved visiting her there. I remember her always keeping Kit Kat bars in the fridge, claiming they tasted better cold, and I would eat them every time I visited. The smell of her apartment is something I'll never forget, her unique scent, mixed with the smell of Avon, as she was an Avon representative for many years. In 2006, I moved to Southern California, and in 2007, my son was born. He never met my grandma, and I never mentioned her to him. I didn't even talk about her around him, and I never used the name, Mimi, around him. Yet, when we finally buried her ashes in 2008, nothing unusual happened that day. Then came March 2009, when something unexplainable occurred. I was cleaning in the living room, and my son was napping in his room with the door closed. I had just started selling Avon, and there were boxes scattered around. Out of nowhere, I caught a familiar smell, the distinct scent of my grandma. It was the exact smell of her apartment, of her clothes. My mind raced as I looked around, but there was nothing that could have caused it. The only thing I had from her was a hand mirror that had been soaked in hurricane water. I even sniffed all the Avon boxes to check if the smell had somehow come from them, but they smelled like cardboard. The scent quickly faded, and I tried to brush it off, though I felt a little comforted, thinking it might have been my grandma visiting me. A little while later, my son woke up, and as I entered his room, I noticed the faint scent again. It was barely there, and just as quickly as it had come, it was gone. My son was standing in his crib, smiling and laughing, and when I placed him on his changing table, he pointed to the ceiling and said, "Mimi." Confused, I pointed to myself and said, "Mama." He repeated it, then pointed to the corner of the room and said, "Mimi." At that moment I asked him, "Did Mimi come and play with you?" And he clapped in response. Later that night, I put him in his crib, turned on his musical turtle, and went to bed. Around 2 a.m., I heard him talking from his room, and when I checked the clock, I realized he was still awake. I went to check on him, and just as I was about to open the door, I heard him repeating, "Mimi, Mimi," and then laughing. When I opened the door, the smell of my grandma was so strong that it almost knocked me back. My son was standing in his crib, bouncing and laughing. I walked over to him, checked to make sure he was okay, and the smell slowly faded as I laid him back down. After that, the smell was gone, and I returned to my room, feeling unsettled but comforted by the experience. That night I dreamed of her. We were sitting in her living room eating Kit Kats, and she said to me, "I'm glad you're finally happy." After that night, I never smelled her scent again, and my son never mentioned Mimi again either. I truly believe that children can perceive things that adults cannot, or perhaps choose not to see. In my heart, I feel that my grandma wanted to meet her great-grandson, to play with him and check up on me. It was a moment of peace and connection I'll always carry with me. When I was a little girl, my grandpa was my absolute favorite person. We were inseparable, and I was the sun that man's world revolved around. I want to give you some background before I share the main part of my story so it makes more sense. My grandpa had a special nickname for me, Dutchie. As a child, I had a severe speech problem, and it made it hard for people to understand me. One day, my grandpa told my mom, "I can't understand a word she is saying. She might as well be a little Dutch girl." From that moment on, he called me Dutchie, which stuck. My family moved to West Virginia when I was little, but I would spend my summers in Ohio with my dad. Grandpa lived in Ohio too, and he was a huge baseball fan. He would pick me up from my dad's house and take me to every Columbus Clippers game at Cooper Stadium. We spent a lot of time together there, watching the Clippers play. One more thing you should know, my son, CJ, was born when I was 18, and Grandpa loved him so much. Unfortunately, Grandpa passed away when I was 19, and CJ was only 10 months old. Grandpa only got to see him once, 2 weeks before he passed. It broke my heart that CJ never got to know him the way I did. Now, let me share the main story. When I was 20, my mom moved back to Ohio, but my son and I stayed in West Virginia. We would visit her often, especially in the summer. When CJ was 5, we went to a Clippers game at the stadium where Grandpa used to take me. I was standing in line for food when CJ took off running. I went after him, but he disappeared in the crowd. Just a minute later, I saw him walking toward me, holding his right arm in the air like he was holding someone's hand. But there was no one next to him. I picked him up and asked if his arm hurt. He said no, but he told me he was holding someone's hand. I asked whose hand, and he said, "Grandpa Sam's." At first, I thought he was imagining things, but the more he talked about it, the more I believed that Grandpa was with us that day. I think he followed CJ when he ran off, bringing him back safely to me. When I was 26, I got married, and a year later, my husband and I built a house. One day, while unpacking in the master bathroom, I heard a man's voice clearly say, "Hey Dutchie." I froze and walked into the bedroom, where I saw my husband in the living room. I asked him why he called me that, and he looked confused. He said he had never heard that nickname before, and I realized I had never told him about it. Grandpa was the only one who ever called me Dutchie. I believe Grandpa stopped by to say hello in our new home. These are the two most intense encounters I've had with Grandpa, but there have been others. When I'm alone in the house, I can smell cigar smoke, even though I don't allow smoking. Grandpa smokes cigars, so I always feel like he's around. Sometimes, I also feel pressure around my body, like someone is hugging me, but there's no one there. These things don't scare me. In fact, they comfort me. I feel like Grandpa is still watching over me and my son, keeping us safe. I even believe he saved my dog's life once. To me, it's just a reminder that he's still here, protecting us from wherever he is. It's been 2 years since my cousin Earl passed away, and it still feels so fresh. He was only 25. Our whole family had come back to Wanganui from Auckland for a long weekend when, on Sunday, we got the call that Earl was in the hospital. At first, I thought it was something minor, but when we arrived, I could see my auntie was clearly stressed. We didn't know what was wrong with him, but a few hours later, the doctor came out and said Earl had suffered a stroke, leaving him paralyzed on his left side. We stayed at the hospital late that night, surrounded by family. Trust me, we're not a small bunch. The next morning, around 5 a.m., we got the call from the hospital that Earl's condition had worsened. He was brain dead. It felt like the world had lost all its color. Later that day, we went up to the ICU room, spent time with him, and reflected on all the memories we had shared with him. My uncle, Earl's dad, took us into a meeting room and said that they had done some tests, but there was nothing more they could do. They were going to turn off the machines. I'll never forget his words. "He's going to be turned off on Tuesday at 5 p.m. We all broke down crying. That night, I went home, tears streaming down my face. I lay in bed thinking, people say God takes the best, but I think it's selfish. Why didn't we get a warning or a sign? Tuesday came, and we were all getting ready to go to the hospital. When we got there, everyone was saying their goodbyes. I remember being in the room with Earl's younger brother when I smelled the strongest perfume. So strong that I knew instantly it was my nanny, Gully. It felt like she was there to take Earl to a better place. At 5 p.m., our whole family gathered around. We said a prayer, and the doctor came in to say it was time. I heard people in the background saying, "Come on, brother, pull through, you can do it." The doctor turned off the machines and began removing the tubes. 10 minutes later, he came back in and confirmed that Earl had passed away. I'm not going into the funeral details, but after Christmas, just days after the funeral, I was at my cousin's place, feeling sick. I went to the bathroom, and as I was getting sick, I looked beside me and saw Earl standing in the bathtub. I can't explain it, but I was so happy to see him. The weird thing was, though, that we were in the bathroom, but when I was talking to him, it felt like we were standing in the kitchen outside the Mary. He was comforting me, saying, "Come on, bro, throw up." It was like he was there helping me out. After that, I never saw him again, though other cousins have had their own experiences. It's been hard without him, but I know he's watching over us. I miss my bro, but I know he's keeping us safe. Love you, bro. 2 years have passed since my cousin Earl passed away. He was only 25, and it was a huge shock for everyone. It all started when we got a call on a Sunday that Earl was in the hospital. At first, we thought it was something minor, but when we arrived, we saw my aunt already upset. Hours later, the doctor informed us that Earl had suffered a stroke, which left him paralyzed on one side. The next morning, we got a call saying Earl was brain dead, and there was no hope. We rushed to the hospital to spend some time with him. My uncle told us that they had done all they could, and Earl would be taken off life support on Tuesday at 5 p.m. Those words still stick with me. That night, I went home and cried, asking why this had to happen. I couldn't understand why God hadn't warned us. On Tuesday, the family gathered again at the hospital. We said our goodbyes, and at 5 p.m., the doctors turned off the machines. Earl passed away that day. The days after his death were hard, and I struggled to cope with the loss. But something strange happened after the funeral. A few days after Thanksgiving, my little cousin, who was about 5 or 6, said, "I wish me ma could have been here for Thanksgiving." Just after he said that, the lights in the room suddenly went out. It felt strange, like a sign, but no one knew what it meant. A couple of weeks later, I was at my cousin's house. I wasn't feeling well, so I went to the bathroom. When I looked beside me, I saw Earl standing in the bathtub. I couldn't believe it, but he looked so real. Even though we were in the bathroom, it felt like we were in the kitchen near the Mary, and Earl was saying, "Come on, bro, chuck up," like he was trying to help me feel better. I wasn't scared. I felt comforted. I never saw him again after that, but my cousins did, and they had similar experiences. Earl's passing was painful, but these experiences made us feel like he was still around, watching over us. Life isn't easy, but I know that Earl is still with us in spirit, keeping us safe. I'll never forget him, and I know he's out there, looking out for all of us. In the late 70s, when I was about 4 years old, my parents and I moved into a 3-family house. We rented the apartment on the 3rd floor. The house had no elevator, so it meant climbing up 3 flights of stairs every day. The layout was simple. The front door opened into the living room, and to the left was my parents' bedroom. There was a spare room off that, and to the right of my parents' bedroom was my room. The kitchen was just beyond my room, on the left. One night, I woke up feeling really thirsty. Being only 4, I called for my mom, who got up, walked through the living room, and into the kitchen. I was sitting up in bed waiting for her to bring me some water. The lights were off, except for the nightlight my mom always kept on in the kitchen. As I waited, something caught my eye between my dad's stereo system and the wall that separated the living room from my bedroom. To my shock, a man stepped out from that space. He turned his head, leaned into my doorway, and stared at me. At first, I thought it was my Uncle Johnny, because the man looked like him, thin with a long face and a beard. But then, the man opened his mouth as if to speak, but no sound came out. That's when I started to realize that this wasn't normal. The man began to disappear, and I was frozen, not knowing what to do. I couldn't even call out to my mom, who was only a room away. The only thing I could do was throw myself back down on the bed and pull the covers over my head. Mom eventually came in with my glass of water and asked, "What are you doing?" "Get up, here's your water," I asked her. "Is the man still there?" She seemed confused and said, "What man?" "You must be dreaming," I told her. "No, Mom, he was standing right there, staring at me." But she didn't believe me and went back to bed. From that night on, I always slept with the covers over my head. That was just the first strange experience in that apartment. There were other things that happened, which I'll share later. But I have a feeling I know who that man was. I never knew my grandfather on my dad's side because he left the family when my father was young. My dad, Stan, was the oldest of 4 boys: Bobby, George, and Johnny. My grandfather had gone to Vietnam, and when he returned, he was never the same. One day, he just left and never came back. My dad saw him once more after that, and all my grandfather said was, "Get a haircut." Over the years, we learned that he had passed away, though we're not sure when. Now, when I asked that night, "Uncle Johnny, is that you?" it always puzzled me. A few years later, I was looking through old family photos with my mom. I came across a picture of my grandfather, taken before he went to war. To my surprise, the man in the picture looked exactly like the man I had seen that night. I pointed at the photo and said, "Mom, this is him. This is the man I saw." My mom looked at the picture and nodded. "I can see why you thought it was Uncle Johnny," she said. "He looks just like him." I can't help but think that maybe my grandfather was watching over me that night. I can understand how difficult it is to reconcile something that doesn't seem to have a logical explanation, especially when it involves the loss of a loved one. As a born cynic, it must be tough to let go of the rational explanations you've always believed in. But after your father's passing, it seems like you've been faced with a few experiences that are hard to dismiss. The first thing that stood out was the lights flashing when you and your sisters were picking out a suit for your dad. It's natural to want to see signs that your loved one approves of what you're doing for them, but the lights flickering seemed to reinforce that feeling. The same thing happened at the church, adding to the sense that your dad was somehow still present, even in a subtle, odd way. You tried to explain it away, maybe faulty bulbs or some electrical issue, but deep down, it seems like you were looking for a reason to make sense of it. Then, the dreams came. I can see how the dream where your dad says, "How's that for a party trick?" fits perfectly with his personality. And the car accident dream is a classic example of his humor coming through, even after his passing. But again, they are just dreams, right? You might have brushed them off as a reflection of your grief and your mind trying to hold on to memories of your father, which is a pretty rational way to cope. But then, the Vilingo incident happened, and that's where things get, well, strange. The technology, whether it's Vilingo, Siri, or any voice-to-text software, usually struggles with accents and dialects. Your brother-in-law's Boston accent caused funny misinterpretations, so it would make sense for your sisters, Harvard Yard, to have gone awry too. But the result was much more meaningful than a misinterpretation, it said. "I took the time, love Dad." That line is eerily similar to the message in The Clock of Life, the poem on your father's mass card, where the whole point is to make the most of your time and not wait for tomorrow. I can see why this would be hard to explain. The translation doesn't make sense in terms of the way it's supposed to work, and there's no way it should have come out like that. You can't help but wonder if it was a coincidence, or if it was something more. It's almost as if your father was trying to send you a message through something as modern as Vilingo, which makes the experience even more inexplicable, and perhaps even more poignant. Now, to answer your question, are you grasping at straws? Maybe. But maybe you're also just acknowledging something that's beyond our understanding. Grief and love can create deep emotional connections that sometimes transcend the physical world. It's comforting to think that your dad might still be around, showing you signs, even if you can't fully explain them. And in the end, that comfort is what matters the most. You're not alone in having these kinds of experiences. Many people have moments where they feel the presence of a loved one who's passed, whether through dreams, signs, or inexplicable occurrences. And I think that's okay. Maybe it's your dad's way of letting you know that he's still around, raising hell, and having a good time. He may not be physically here, but it seems like his spirit is still very much part of your life. At the end of the day, it's about what brings you comfort. If believing that your dad is still around in some form makes you feel better, then maybe it's okay to hold on to that belief, even if you can't explain it rationally. It's been a long time since I've experienced anything unexplained, especially since my boyfriend, Noel, passed away. If you've read my previous stories, you'll know how these strange things began. For almost 5 years, I thought he had finally rested in peace. I had moved on, continued with my life, but what I thought was true turned out to be wrong. To give you some context, Noel was my boyfriend for almost 6 years. Tragically, he passed away unexpectedly. His death was the hardest thing I've ever gone through. I couldn't imagine my life without him. For almost 2 years, I struggled to accept that he was gone, until I met Chester, who helped me accept that Noel was no longer part of my life and that I needed to move on. Chester became a good friend, and over time, I realized I was falling in love with him. He felt the same, and after 6 months of dating, we decided to get married on June 30th of this year. But a month before our wedding, something strange happened. I was sitting in my room, reading a book, when my phone rang. It showed no caller ID, but I answered it. On the other end, there was no response, just deep breathing. I thought it was a prank call, but then I heard a male voice clearly say, "Forget me already, Mahal?" Now, Mahal was a pet name Noel gave me, and no one else ever called me that. I was confused and scared. Was it really him? Did he not want me to get married? Or was it just the wrong number? Then things took an even stranger turn. On June 12, 2009, at 2:30 p.m., a delivery man knocked on my door. He handed me a package with 24 dark red roses and a small box. The card attached to the roses said, "I was planning this for so long. I guess this is the right time to ask you." I was shocked. I opened the box and found a red velvet envelope inside, which said, "Will you marry me, Mahal?" With, from ENG, written below. ENG was Noel's pet name for me. How could Noel, who had been gone for 5 years, send me roses and a ring? As I stared at the card, tears welled up in my eyes. It was our 10th anniversary, if Noel were still alive. I realized that he must have planned this long ago, while he was still here. The ring inside was white gold, with a red ruby and little stones around it. It felt like Noel's love reaching out to me from beyond. I couldn't go through with the wedding and decided to postpone it. I didn't tell Chester or anyone else what happened. I just told everyone I wasn't ready yet and needed more time. Chester was understanding. And now, as I share this experience, I feel it's not a scary ghost story but a beautiful reminder that love doesn't end with death. I still wonder how the flowers and ring were sent to me if Noel has been gone for so long. But I know one thing for sure, Noel's love for me never truly left, and it's something I will carry with me forever. In 1989, just before graduating high school, a tragic motorcycle accident took the life of one of my oldest brother's close friends. It happened during spring break, when a truck pulled out suddenly, slamming into his motorcycle and throwing him off. He died shortly after the police arrived. The friend who died, named Ron, was a well-known varsity football player at the high school I was about to start as a freshman. Ron was tall, about 6 feet 2 inches, with blonde hair and blue eyes. He was always impeccably dressed in his motorcycle gear, and his motorcycle was just as beautiful. He had a great appearance, and while I was still too young to date him, I always thought he was a handsome guy. He had a girlfriend, though. He was also known for wearing a white 49ers football cap everywhere he went. That was his signature look. At Ron's funeral, his parents gave away many of his belongings to his close friends, including a Metallica album he loved, a picture of him from his junior year, and his beloved white 49ers ball cap. About a week after the funeral, something happened that left me shaken. One evening, my brothers were in their bedroom watching TV, while I was alone in the kitchen with my mom's small TV on the table. The house was quiet, Mom was napping, and Dad was at work. I was enjoying my time when I heard my brother's bedroom door open and close. I figured it was one of them coming into the living room. I could hear footsteps walking towards me, and from the corner of my eye, I saw a tall figure approaching. I assumed it was my second oldest brother, who stood about 5 feet 11 inches. As I turned my attention to him, laughing at something funny on TV, I saw something that completely stopped me in my tracks. Instead of seeing my brother, I saw a tall, pitch-black shadow figure. There was no distinguishing face or features, just a black silhouette. What made it even stranger was that on top of the figure's head was a white cap, the same white 49ers ball cap that my brother had received from Ron's parents at the funeral. I froze in place as it walked closer, stopping about 9 feet away. I asked, "Chris?" but realized the figure was too tall to be my brother. It stood well over 6 feet tall, closer to 6 feet 2 inches. That's when it hit me. I asked, "Ron?" And as soon as I did, the shadow turned and walked straight through the curtains, heading to the glass sliding doors. The doors were locked and couldn't open, but the figure passed right through them as if they weren't there. And just like that, it was gone. I didn't feel scared. In fact, I felt oddly calm, as if I somehow understood that Ron had come to get his hat, and had nothing more to say. I told my oldest brother about what happened, and he shared that he too had experienced something strange that day. He thought Ron had visited him earlier, but he didn't go into much detail. As for the cap, my brother still has it to this day, though what Ron took that day wasn't the actual hat. To this day, I believe Ron visited to reclaim his hat, and it was his way of letting us know he was still around in some form. It's one of those strange, unexplainable moments that makes you believe in something beyond the ordinary. I've always been close to my grandma. Growing up, I never wanted to disappoint her, and she was always my priority. Even when I moved 4,000 miles away to Alaska, I called her weekly just to keep her in my thoughts. In January of this year, my parents went to visit her in Alabama. She had Alzheimer's, and though it was in the early stages, we decided it was best for her to move to assisted living. I tried to reach my parents to talk to her, but couldn't get through. Something didn't feel right, so I texted my cousin Jackie, who lived nearby. She texted back, "Call me," and I felt my stomach drop. When I called, Jackie told me my grandma had fallen and broken her hip. I knew the odds weren't good, especially at her age. She was in a lot of pain, but I had faith she'd recover. A week later, we all knew she was slipping away. On the 23rd of February, I spoke with her. She asked me when I was coming home, and I told her I was working on booking a flight for the 24th or 25th. I begged her to hold on until I could get there, and she said, "I love you too, honey." It felt like her arms were around me as she said it. That night, I was packing when I suddenly smelled her favorite perfume, Eternity. It was like a breeze carrying it into the room. I wasn't wearing any perfume, and I knew it wasn't just a coincidence. A few hours later, she slipped into a coma. The next morning, I left for the airport. As I said my goodbyes, I heard her voice clearly call my name. Dee. It was as if she knew I was on my way. I had a long flight ahead, and I tried to distract myself, but I couldn't stop wondering if she'd hold on long enough for me to get there. During my layover in Atlanta, I called my cousin Jackie, who told me Grandma was still hanging in there. But when I landed in Alabama, I found out she had passed away that morning. I was numb, but I held it together for the drive to Grandma's house. When I walked in, I swore I could still smell her scent. It was comforting, but also heartbreaking. The viewing was the first time I saw her again, and she looked angelic, more beautiful than ever. Saying goodbye was the hardest part, and when they closed the casket, I felt a part of me leave with her. 2 days later, I went home to Florida, still reeling from the loss. I was exhausted and grieving deeply. My friend Carol took me out for a day of shopping to try and get me out of the house. While I was getting ready, I saw a white mist, almost like a woman in a dress, float past my door and move down the hall. I called out to my mom, but no one answered. Deep down, I knew it was Grandma. When I boarded the plane to return to Germany, I drifted off to sleep. When I woke, I heard the sound of wings fluttering in my ear. I knew, without a doubt, that it was Grandma watching over me on my journey back home. Since then, I've seen the same mist twice. My aunt, who also saw it, believes it's Mom visiting both of us. It gives me some comfort to know she's still with us, but I still wish I could have her back. When my family first moved into the house, it felt exciting. We spent a lot of time together, especially late at night. The living room had a direct view into the kitchen, and from time to time, we noticed strange shadows moving through the family room doorway. They would appear suddenly from one side and disappear just as quickly. No sound, no doors opening or closing. At first, I convinced myself it was just an optical illusion or some kind of light reflection. But one night, I saw it clearly, a figure moving from left to right with no face. It was unsettling, but what helped me cope was when extended family would visit and share similar experiences, seeing unknown figures moving through the empty room. To this day, when I visit my dad, I still see it. One night, my mom's whole family gathered to talk about my grandfather, who had just passed away. As we reminisced about him, something odd happened. The TV suddenly turned on, playing his favorite show. Then, the distinct smell of Winston's cigarettes filled the air. No one else in the house smoked that brand. We took it as a sign that he was happy we were together talking about him. I miss him dearly. Like most families, we've had our ups and downs. One evening, while in the living room, we were having a heated discussion. Out of nowhere, a group of containers on the kitchen table suddenly lifted and flew across the room, slamming into the cabinets. I tried to rationalize it, but the angle of the table and chairs made it impossible for them to fall off. And the force of the slam should have cracked the containers, but they remained intact. After that, we dropped the argument and moved on to a more positive topic. Last Halloween, I visited my dad, sister, and nephew at the house. I wanted to take my nephew trick-or-treating. While we were there, I kept seeing black arrows darting around the house, first in the kitchen, then the living room, and my sister's room. It was driving me crazy. We went out trick-or-treating and had a blast, but when we got home, the arrows started up again. I mentioned it to my wife, but she didn't see anything. A couple of hours later, around midnight, I was cleaning up when I finally mentioned it to my dad. The living room lights were dim, and only a few lights were on. I told him, "Dad, I keep seeing these flying shadows, like arrows moving really fast." He suggested it was probably just my shadow on the walls, but I wasn't convinced. Then, something strange happened. From the kitchen doorway, we both heard a low, vibrating growl. It wasn't from the kitchen or living room. It came from right inside the archway, about 5 feet up. It was unmistakable. Grrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrr and gave my dad goosebumps. We stared at the doorway in confusion. Neither of us could figure out what it was or what it meant, but I'm just relieved I never heard it again. "12 years ago, my husband and I built our home. It's solid, quiet, no creaking pipes or strange noises. The most peaceful place I've ever lived. About 2 weeks after my brother Chris passed, I was up late on the computer. My husband had fallen asleep downstairs in the family room. He was snoring, and I didn't want to wake him, so I said my prayers and went to bed. As I lay there, I heard a tapping on the right side window. It was distinct, like a finger tapping the glass. Then, the same sound came from the left window. I opened the blinds, nothing. The windows were too high for anyone outside to reach, and there were no trees nearby. Then I heard tapping near the bedroom door, then in the far corner of the room. Without thinking, I asked, "Chris, is that you?" The tapping started again. I sat up, and it stopped. I lay back down, and it started again. "Chris, would you stop? I'm really tired," I said out loud. The tapping stopped. The next night, it happened again, this time louder. By the third night, it was even more intense. I was starting to feel uneasy. On the fourth night, I finally spoke to him. "Chris, you always said you'd come back to haunt me. If this is you, can you make it a good haunt? This is starting to scare me." The noises stopped. The next morning, I told my husband. I thought he'd think I was crazy, but I just knew it was Chris. He had always loved playing tricks on me. That same day, I noticed things in the living room had been moved around. At first, I ignored it. A couple of weeks passed. The loud tapping faded, but I still heard soft knocking at night. The thing that started bothering me was how objects in the living room kept shifting. One evening after dinner, I asked my husband, "Why do you keep moving things in the living room? What are you talking about?" he said. I explained that things kept shifting places. He looked at me and said, "I haven't touched anything." I told him about the noises and how I thought it was Chris. He just shrugged and said, "Maybe." For months, strange things continued. At night, I'd go downstairs to watch TV, and my dog Chloe would curl up beside me. Almost every night, I'd hear creaking from upstairs, near the hallway landing. Chloe would wake up and stare toward the sound. One night, I went upstairs and stood in the exact spot. It wasn't a normal house sound. You had to step on that spot to make the floor creak. And right there, hanging on the wall, was Chris's picture. A few days later, I was playing with Chloe in the hallway when I suddenly tripped. There was nothing there. I just fell out of nowhere. My husband, who was on the phone in the kitchen, looked at me like I was crazy. I stubbed my toe and, as I got up, my eyes landed on Chris's picture. It had a slight smirk, almost as if he was saying, "Got you that time." Strange things kept happening. My bedroom TV turns on by itself, but only for me. It doesn't happen when my husband is in the room. It's always static, glowing bright before fading away. It's not even plugged in. It doesn't scare me anymore. I just say hi now, assuming it's family checking in. 6 months before Chris passed, I saw something else. I was standing in the kitchen when I noticed Chloe staring at the ceiling near the family room. I followed her gaze and saw a black shadow move through the wall and disappear. I never saw it again, but I always wondered if it meant something. I don't have answers. Why does this happen only to me and not my husband? Does this kind of thing always follow after a death? I still don't know. But I know Chris is here, playing his little tricks, just like he always did. About 10 years ago, my grandfather passed away from complications after a stroke. The stroke left him unable to use the left side of his body, and for the last year of his life, he rotated between staying at my house and my cousin's. Because of his condition, he sometimes lost control of his bladder and bowel movements. When he stayed with us, we always kept a set of blankets and pillows reserved just for him. After he passed, we packed up his belongings and stored them in the basement. 2 years later, my brother-in-law and some family members came to visit. My sister was in charge of getting enough blankets and pillows for the guests. She went down to the basement and unknowingly grabbed my grandfather's old blankets and pillows, forgetting they had belonged to him. That night, my brother-in-law was the one who used them. He slept on the sofa in the living room. The next morning, when I woke up around 7 a.m., I saw he was already up. I casually asked, "Did you sleep well?" "Not really," he said. He told me that he had slept fine until around 4 or 5 in the morning when a strange noise woke him up. He heard soft knocking and a rubbing sound coming from the bedroom doors down the hallway. At first, he ignored it. But then, the noise moved from one door to the next. Finally, it reached the door closest to the living room. As the sun began to rise, the room became brighter. That's when he saw something that shook him to his core. An old man stood in the hallway, staring at him. He tried to move, but his body felt heavy and weak. He wanted to yell, but only whispers came out. He tried to convince himself it was just a shadow, but deep down, he knew it wasn't. The old man slowly walked toward him and stood next to the sofa. My brother-in-law then felt something lifting his head slightly, as if his pillow was being pulled. He couldn't feel hands or fingers, just pressure. At that moment, panic set in. He tried to scream, but only muffled grunts came out. Another family member, who was sleeping on the other sofa, heard the sounds and called out, "Are you okay?" As soon as those words were spoken, the pressure vanished, and the old man dissolved into thin air. The next morning, my brother-in-law recalled everything clearly, even remembering the other family member waking up and calling out to him. I showed him a family photo album, and without hesitation, he pointed to my grandfather's picture. He had never met my grandfather in life. After that night, he refused to sleep in our house again. And honestly, I can't blame him. My Nan passed away in July 2007, and we were very close. She was the only person who talked to me about ghosts and spirits, as if they were real. She believed in everything, things that made others think she was a bit odd. But I always believed her, especially when it came to ghosts. She had many experiences she would have loved to share if she were still here. I wasn't present for most of them, but I remember her stories, and I'm sharing them in her memory. From a young age, I was fascinated by the paranormal, probably because of her. My parents used to scold her for telling me ghost stories, but I always listened. Some of the best stories she told were from when she was married and raising 3 children in her first home. After her father, or maybe it was my granddad's father, passed away, she sometimes smelled the strong scent of his cigars lingering in the house. She could never be sure, but it happened often enough for her to wonder. She also owned an old grandfather clock, passed down from his father. Every time it chimed, her pets would react strangely. The cat's fur would stand on end, hissing at nothing, and the dog would bark uncontrollably. This would last for about 10 minutes, then everything would return to normal. When my granddad passed away from a heart attack around 1999 or 2000, my Nan was devastated. She often stayed up at night, missing him terribly. My Aunt Joy, who lived with her and never married, was the one who told me about Ouija boards and the paranormal. One day, while visiting my Nan, she told me she had seen my granddad the night before. She said he had appeared in the doorway of her room, floating for a few seconds before rolling his arms and rising upward. She never spoke about it again, so I don't know if it really happened or if she wanted to believe it did. She used to tell me ghost stories from books and magazines, especially from Chat magazine, which had a section dedicated to the supernatural. But as I got older, she talked about it less. When she died, I was devastated. Her funeral was painful, and the nights that followed felt emptier. A week after, I went on holiday to Cornwall with my best friend Harriet, planning to stay for 2 weeks. I only lasted 1. I missed my Nan too much. When I returned, I stayed with my aunt for a week while my parents were in Dubai. During that time, I had to go back home to tidy up and put some of my things away. The house had been locked up for a week, windows shut, doors secured. I was the first one inside. I felt nervous as I stepped into the living room, which had also been closed. And right there, in the middle of the floor, was a small white feather. My mum and aunt always said that finding a white feather meant someone was watching over you. The moment I saw it, I thought of my Nan. But instead of feeling sad, I felt comforted. Knowing she was there made the house feel warmer. And it wasn't just me. My parents found a feather in Dubai. My cousins found several in their chalet in Cornwall. My aunt, who still lived in my Nan's house, found one in her bedroom. I never felt afraid staying in that house. If my Nan was still there, she wouldn't harm anyone. Since then, other things have happened. One night, my aunt heard a loud crash outside her bedroom but was too scared to check. The next morning, she found one of the hanging plates on the floor. It hadn't shattered, just broken cleanly in the middle. It was my Nan's favorite plate. Another time, my aunt and her friend were talking about my Nan when a pile of books and magazines toppled over on their own. If these things are my Nan, I don't think she's trying to scare anyone. She was a kind woman, and if she's still around, she's probably just letting us know she's watching over us. I've always been interested in the paranormal, and I wonder if her stories made me more aware of ghosts. Maybe I just want answers, ones my family doesn't seem to want. In 1995, when my son was about 3.5, I was pregnant with my daughter. He spent his mornings watching Ninja Turtles on Nickelodeon. Being homeschooled, he was often lonely, with no kids his age to play with. My husband and I decided it was time for him to start kindergarten. It was hard to let go, but we knew it was the right choice. Almost immediately, we noticed a change in him. He was happier, more engaged, and more affectionate toward us. One day, he came home more excited than usual. He couldn't stop talking about a new friend, a girl named Natalia. He begged me to let her come over for a play date. I agreed, but only after speaking to her parents. The next morning, I took him to school and waited to meet Natalia and her family. She was a sweet little girl, full of energy. I introduced myself to her guardian and learned she was a foster child. Her mother was in rehab for the second time, having been jailed for child abuse. That's when I noticed the scars on Natalia's arms. Then I heard something that broke my heart. She had acute leukemia. She didn't have much time left. The next day, she came over. My husband and I watched them play, but it was clear she wasn't well. She got tired easily and often had to rest. Sometimes, she'd complain of headaches or dizziness. But she and my son became inseparable. She came over every Saturday for 2 months, until her health worsened, and she could no longer visit. We had grown attached to her, and when she was admitted to the hospital, it devastated us. My son didn't understand what was happening. He became withdrawn, refusing to talk or play with anyone. A few days before Natalia passed, we went to the store and bought her a small teddy bear, a white bear holding a pink heart that said, "I love you." When squeezed, it shouted, "I love you," in a loud, playful voice. We took it to the hospital and said our goodbyes. She looked frail and pale, but when my son placed the bear beside her, she smiled weakly. He held her hand and cried. In the short time we knew her, she became like family. 3 days later, she passed away. Her foster parents returned the teddy bear to us. I put it away in my closet, unable to look at it. The following weeks were hard on my son. He refused to play with other kids, spending his time alone at his little desk, drawing pictures of Natalia. One evening, at dinner, he asked when he would see her again. I gently told him it would be a long time. He lowered his head and left the table. That night, at exactly 3 a.m., I woke up to a loud noise from my closet. "I love you!" Natalia's teddy bear had gone off. It repeated every few minutes, louder than before. Half asleep, I finally sighed. "Okay, Natalia, go to sleep now. I'm tired. We can play in the morning." The bear stopped. The next morning, my son seemed happier than he had been in weeks. "Did you sleep well, sweetheart?" I asked. "No," he said, grinning. "But Natalia came. She said she misses us. We got to play a little bit." My husband and I exchanged smiles. For a moment, our family was whole again. Over 20 years ago, we met while working at a farm market. I worked the fields, and she sold what we harvested. She was a natural at sales, drawing people in with her warmth, but it was her honesty that kept them coming back. If something didn't seem right, if the meat smelled off, or the produce didn't look fresh, she refused to sell it. She couldn't just push a sale through. She came from a world very different from mine. She had never wanted for anything, yet she gave freely to others. It caused friction with her family, but she worked for what she gave away and followed her heart. The field workers weren't supposed to mingle with the store workers. but she ignored those rules. She was often in the fields, in the break room, or wherever she felt drawn. She never followed the expected path. We became close. When she met my family for the first time, it was she who took my arm and stepped forward toward our lodge. I hesitated out of shame. She belonged to a different class, and I knew the contrast between our lives. But when she met my family, she treated each of them as if they were long-lost friends. The way we lived, what little we had, meant nothing to her. When I decided to ask for her hand, my family had already known for years what my intentions were. But they also knew the path she would have to walk. According to the ways, she had to leave her family and live as one of us for no less than a year to test the intent of her heart. She accepted without hesitation. We set her up in a one-room hunter's cabin on the edge of the land. No bathroom, no running water, no comforts of modern life. And we left her alone. At night, strange lights flickered and crackled from her fire. Conversations were heard when she was supposed to be alone. During the day, she searched for herbs and medicines she could no longer buy. She learned quickly, always with a quiet strength and a smile. The final step was a month in the lodge of the medicine man. As a woman, she was expected to assist in healing, should the need arise. But she was more than just an assistant. She knew, without instruction, when to give thanks, when to wait, and when to try again. Her healing songs were strong. Stronger than any we had heard from someone not raised in the ways. At the end of her trial, she was asked one question: why? Why did she rise each morning and do all that she did, knowing there was no reward? Her answer was simple. She said that when things were difficult, the ancestors carried her. She spoke of the old ones visiting her, of guiding her when she needed help she could not ask for. She said she wasn't striving for earthly rewards, there was a greater purpose. And one day, when she stood before the horseman, she would know whether she had passed or failed. The next April, we were married. During the ceremony, she received her path name, though she never felt it fit her. That night, the sky lit up with colors like the northern lights, though we were far from where such a thing should be possible. The ceremonial fires spit sparks, signs of the ancestors' presence. The owls, known for their voices in the night, stood silent. It may not be a ghost story in the way most would expect, but it is a story of spirits. The elders brought her to me, taught her, and shaped her into a woman who walks between realms. She carries medicine, speaks with the spirits, and learns from them every day, never asking for anything in return. Sorry to interrupt. If you're enjoying the story, let me know in the comments and tell me where you're watching from. Don't forget to like and subscribe for more. In 1973, my grandmother died from ovarian cancer in the Royal Victoria Hospital in Belfast. Her death devastated the family. She was described as the glue that held the family together. My mother, just 14 at the time, was forced into a motherly role for her 1-year-old sister. Back then, children weren't told about serious matters. My mother had no idea her mother was terminally ill. On the day of her mother's death, she was at home caring for the baby while her father was at work. A sudden, unnatural cold filled the house. There was no wind, yet she could feel it. Then, she heard footsteps outside, heavy-soled boots hitting the pavement. The sound was familiar. Her mother often wore practical shoes. She knew her mother was in the hospital, but when she looked outside, she saw her walking past the front of the house, looking just as she always had. Before she could react, the telephone rang, startling her. She turned back, and her mother was gone. She picked up the phone. It was the hospital, calling to tell her that her mother had just passed away. Still in shock, she called her Aunt Mary to deliver the news. Through her own tears, she said, "Mummy's dead." "I know," her aunt replied. "I saw her at my kitchen window." 30 years later, something eerily similar happened when my grandfather passed away. It was 2003. I was 11 years old when I was pulled out of school and told that my grandfather had died in his sleep. We rushed to the Causeway Hospital in Coleraine to meet the family and see his body. After making funeral arrangements, we began the drive home. There were too many of us for one vehicle, so we split into 2 cars. In the car with my brothers and sisters-in-law, I sat in my usual spot. But something felt off. I noticed a strange, blurred presence beside me, partially overlapping with my brother. He shifted uncomfortably, unaware of anything. I could see it though. It was my grandfather. He sat in the same seat he always chose. He didn't speak, didn't move, just sat there. And then, after a short while, he was gone. I felt honored. In the other car, my mother had her own experience. As they drove, a familiar scent filled the air, TCP, the antiseptic my grandfather used to clean his false teeth. It was his smell. Pamela, my cousin, noticed it too. It wasn't just a scent. It carried a strange chill, the kind that always comes with something unexplainable. They all felt it. And my mother, overwhelmed, began to cry. My father was a practical man. He faced life head-on, worked hard to change what he could, and accepted what he couldn't. When he passed, he moved on immediately. He wasn't at the funeral, the wake, or even the place where he died. We were close. He called me every weekend, or I called him. After I grew up, we became best friends, making the most of our time together. Jeff, my childhood neighbor, had always been like a big brother to me. He taught me to drink and swear, but he also looked out for me. No matter how many years passed, if something was wrong, Jeff knew and showed up without question. It was the first Thursday in April, 1986. I don't know the exact date and never want to. I was finishing the last stitches on a blouse, preparing for my weekend trip to Dad's ranch. My husband was at work. For some reason, I got up from the kitchen table and called Dad. I never called him on Thursdays. His wife answered, saying he was down in the lower pasture on the tractor but would be up for lunch soon. That was unusual. He was never late for meals. As she spoke, she paused. "Oh, I heard the tractor stop. Do you want to wait?" "No, just tell him I love him, and I'll talk to him later," I said. It was an odd thing for me to say, especially to her. She had always resented our closeness. Moments later, there was a knock at the door. 3 quick knocks. It was Jeff. "What's up?" he asked. "Not much. What are you doing here?" I replied. "Dunno," he said. "Just had a feeling I should come over." We sat at the kitchen table, chatting while I sewed. Time blurred. Then, suddenly, my husband Dan walked in. I looked at the clock. He was home early. Without saying a word, he picked up the phone and dialed. Dan never remembered numbers without looking them up, yet he dialed instantly. "I'm home." "Yeah, okay," he said, then hung up. I stared at him, confused. Had he been fired? Then I saw his face. Before he even spoke, I knew. A wave of understanding hit me, fast and brutal. I started screaming, or at least I think I did. Dan had to hold me still. It sank in quicker than anything I had ever felt, and I didn't want it. Not one bit. This wasn't real. I turned to the wall, to a picture of a yellow house surrounded by a peaceful river, the one my dad had pointed at years ago and said, "That's where I want to retire." 6 months passed before I fully understood what had happened. Dad had come to say goodbye, and I hadn't recognized it. The last time we were together, he had been telling me where to find important documents, the safe combination, all the things I refused to hear. I stopped him. "I don't want to do this. Losing you isn't an option. I want to go first." We had our usual joking argument about who would win that one. He gave me the standard talk. It isn't natural for parents to lose their children, so I have to go first. We made a deal. Whoever went first would come back to say goodbye. He kept his promise. And he wasn't done. My first birthday without him was unbearable. He had never once forgotten my birthday. There was always a funny, carefully chosen card, a perfect little gift. That year, nothing. Then Cheryl, one of my bridesmaids, called out of the blue. "I have to see you. Now." She pulled into my driveway and didn't even get out of the car. She had been at Laguna Seca for the weekend races, in a packed area meant for drivers and pit crew, when she saw my dad. He was struggling through the crowd, pushing toward her. When he finally reached her, he took her by the arm and said, "I need you to tell her. Everything is all right. None of it matters." She was stunned. He turned and disappeared. I asked her over and over, "What day was this?" She thought carefully. "Saturday. My birthday." It wasn't the last time. One morning, I woke up and saw my dad standing in my bedroom, holding Kiki, our family cat. Then, he was gone. I bolted out of bed, knowing we'd find Kiki. We did. I wandered outside, to an area I never went to, where screen crawl spaces led to the basement. That's where I heard the meow. Kiki had been locked inside, and for the first time, we were able to hear him. My younger sister has seen Dad since then. I haven't, but he rushes into my thoughts unexpectedly, like a whisper in the wind. 20 years later, I finally found the courage to visit his grave. It was a 5-hour drive, and when we got to the cemetery, we couldn't find the family plot. Time was running out. I whispered to the air, "Please, please help me find you." Something told me to have my husband drive down one more path. Then, suddenly, I knew. "Stop," I said. I jumped out of the car and walked straight to it. 3 plots down, there he was. I sat, brushed off my grandparents' stones, said hello to my great-grandmother, and just rested for a while. A gentle breeze swept up the hill, lifting my hair. With it came the thought, this is a perfect place for me to be, followed by an overwhelming rush of warmth and love. When I told my mother about the visit, she sounded doubtful. But that evening, she called back, almost laughing. My older, deeply skeptical sister had finally visited Dad's grave too. Her entire experience, from getting lost to whispering for help to knowing the way, had been exactly the same as mine. I miss him still, terribly. But I know, without a doubt, that he is with me. And when my time comes, I know he will be there, waiting. My dad passed away just over a year ago, and his death was sudden and completely unexpected. It's been incredibly painful, and the shock hasn't worn off. 2 years before his death, my husband and I remodeled our house and added a large 2-bedroom apartment above the garage for my parents to live in. So, until his passing, I saw my dad every single day. This is the first time I've experienced such a close loss, and it's been really difficult. The night he died, I had a very strange dream that I initially thought was just a dream. But after reading some other stories here, I now believe it was a visit from my dad. In the dream, I was in my childhood home, although the inside was different somehow. I knew my dad was gone, and we were waiting for family to arrive. I wish I had written everything down right after it happened, because the specifics are starting to fade. But I do remember that I was sitting on a bed in this room with my dad. I asked him if he was really dead and if he had truly gone to another place, one where I would eventually see him again. I'm not sure if he told me to do it, or if I just did it instinctively, but I put my hand through his body. It felt like I was touching nothing but air, like he was just a spirit. I did this several times, and each time I felt a very warm sensation on my hand. The dream felt so real. After reading other stories here, I believe my dad came to me that night to let me know he was in a different place, and that someday I'd see him again. Since then, I've had about 10 dreams of him. In some of them, I know he's gone, and in others I don't. In the ones where I know, I hug him tightly because I know I won't see him when I wake up. Then, something happened last night that went beyond a dream. I was going to check on my youngest daughter, she's 2.5 years old, around midnight. As I was going back down the stairs from her room, I suddenly smelled Vicks Vapor Rub. This smell is strongly associated with my dad because he used it all the time in the winter. I couldn't figure out where it was coming from, so I went back up and down the stairs to see if I was really smelling it. It was strong, and I even have a cold myself, so my sense of smell isn't great right now. About 2 hours later, I went back to check on my daughter, partially just to see if the smell was still there. and it was completely gone. After that, I went to bed, and I had another dream about my dad. In this dream, he came walking up to me, and I realized that he had passed. I gave him a big hug, and then several family members and I sat down with him at a table. After a while, I asked him some questions about the other side, and he answered them. I can't remember all of his answers, but I do remember that his responses brought me peace. Each time I dream about him, I wake up feeling like I was just with him, which is so comforting. It makes me feel like he's still around. What's really strange is that this morning my mom, who was watching my daughter, told me that my daughter had gotten into the Vicks Vapor Rub and was playing with it in my mom's room. But she had never gotten into it before. I find that really odd. My mom hasn't had any experiences like this, only me. And I think it's because I'm the one who's having the hardest time coping with his passing. I still cry almost every night before I go to bed because I miss him so much. The holidays, especially Thanksgiving and Christmas, have been especially hard. I've read or heard somewhere that those who are hurting the most from a loss are the ones most likely to receive signs from beyond. But who knows for sure? Sorry to interrupt. If you're enjoying the story, let me know in the comments and tell me where you're watching from. Don't forget to like and subscribe for more. This didn't happen to me, but to my mother. My mum and my Grams, her mother, have always told me that my great-Grammy, Agnes, Gram's mum, always looked out for my Aunt Patty, Mum's older sister, when she was younger. Great-Grammy passed away a year before Mum was born, when Aunt Patty was around 12 and their other sister was 9. Apparently, Aunt Patty was especially close to Great-Grammy, and that's why they believe she kept an eye on her after her death. I don't know all the stories, some of them are hard for Mum and Grams to remember, but there are two that I've been told. Apparently, Aunt Patty used to see Great-Grammy when she was younger too. I'm not sure if these incidents were specifically Great-Grammy looking out for Aunt Patty. I think she might have just been watching over her granddaughters in general. Both of the stories I know happened to my mom, and both occurred while she was at Aunt Patty's house. The first one, which I know more about, happened when Mum was about 12, in 1975. She would babysit at Aunt Patty's house during the day while Patty and her husband were at work. Aunt Patty lived directly across the street from my Grams and Papa, in a small 2-bedroom house. One day, while Mum was babysitting, a terrible thunderstorm hit, knocking out the power. Since my Grams was just across the street, Mum didn't want to be alone with the kids in the dark, so Grams told her to bring them over until Aunt Patty got home. The kids she was watching were Peter, almost a year old, Chastity, who was 2, and Joe, who was around 4 or 5. Peter was asleep in his crib in the living room, so Mum decided to leave him there and run Chastity and Joe across the street first, then come back for Peter since she couldn't carry them all at once. She took Peter's bottle and placed it in his crib with him, just in case he woke up while she was gone. She specifically remembers doing this because it was almost time for him to wake up, and she didn't want him crying while she was out. She also put the diaper bag on the table to make sure she wouldn't forget it when she came back. Once she dropped Chastity and Joe off at Graham's house, Mum returned to Aunt Patty's. When she walked in, she saw that Peter was still asleep, but something odd had happened. The bottle was no longer in his crib. It had been placed in the side pouch of the diaper bag, with the cap on it. Mum was certain she hadn't put it there before she left, and she knew Joe couldn't have moved it since he couldn't reach into the crib. Mum and Grams both believed that Great-Grammy was watching over them, making sure Mum didn't forget Peter's bottle. If she had forgotten it, she would have had to go back to Aunt Patty's house in the rain to get it, and she was already nervous being alone there during the storm. My name is Jessica, and I'm now 19 years old. This is my first story. My mom and dad divorced when I was around 4 years old, but they were separated long before that. My mom met my stepdad when I was 3, and by my 5th birthday, we were living with him. We moved into a brand new house, and we were the first owners. To fast forward a bit, we lived there as a family for about 10 years. At first, my mom had a blast decorating the new place and moving furniture while my stepdad was at work. We moved in the first week of August, and I remember the exact date because my stepdad's birthday is August 4th. That year, we got him a cat from the animal shelter for his birthday, and everything seemed perfect. Life was good, bills were caught up, our family was stronger than ever, and my mom and stepdad had even bought a new mini caravan. Things were great. But the strange happenings started when I was in 5th grade, which would have been around 1975. We moved in right before my 5th birthday, and it took almost a decade for things to take a strange turn. My mom had a strict bedtime routine for my brother and me. Every night at 8 o'clock, we were in bed, even on weekends. I remember having a canopy bed with pink Minnie Mouse sheets, and I didn't have a ceiling fan at the time. The only airflow came through the floor vents, or when the door opened or closed. I started noticing strange things with my bed. It would occasionally sway, almost like air was being forced through it, but I thought it was nothing. However, the bed would sometimes jolt by itself, which really creeped me out. It wasn't just my bed. My parents bought my brother's bed at the same estate sale, and he would complain of the same thing happening to his. When we got our first family computer, we had CompuServe internet service in 2000. I was 10, and my stepdad, being a truck driver, would often work late, so it was usually just me, my mom, and my brother at home. One night, around 8 o'clock, after my brother and I had settled into our beds, I heard a woman's voice coming from what sounded like my closet. I thought it was my mom, who sometimes stayed up late playing internet games until my stepdad got home. I got up and went into the living room, asking what my mom wanted. She looked confused and said, I didn't call you. Go back to bed." I knew in my gut that I had heard a woman calling my name, but I reluctantly went back to bed. My mom had a stillbirth in 1999, and shortly after, she got pregnant with my brother Ben, who was born in February 2000. Ben was a great joy to our family, and he became my stepdad's first and only biological child, which made him very happy. When Ben was almost 2, my stepdad's brother, Henry, passed away. This would become relevant later. In 2002, my brother Robert went to live with my dad and stepmom, leaving just me, my mom, and Ben at home with my stepdad. One evening, while we were having dinner, Ben, who was sitting in his high chair, suddenly looked into the hallway and tilted his head like a dog does when it's confused by something. He told my mom he saw Daddy in the doorway. But then, after looking again, he said, "No, Mommy, that's not Daddy. It's a man who looks like Daddy in the doorway of Sissy's room." Sissy equals me. My mom and I exchanged a glance and went to look. Then, out of nowhere, Ben started laughing hysterically. He squirmed in his high chair, wanting out. So my mom let him down, and he immediately went to the hallway, switched on the light, and stumbled over to the doorway of my room. He reached up and started giggling. The next day, my stepdad received a call that his brother Henry had died. While going through old photo albums to find pictures of Henry, Ben flipped the pages, and when he saw a picture of Henry, he started laughing again. My stepdad asked him, "Son, what's so funny?" Ben said, "Daddy, I know this man. He's the man I saw last night in Sissy's doorway." That stopped everyone in their tracks. My mom and I looked at each other in shock. We had to tell Joe about the incident the night before. We were all stunned. That was the highlight of 2002, but there were many other strange occurrences in the house over the years. I often heard footsteps when no one was around and would never stay in the house alone. For some reason, I always wanted my little brother to sleep in my room. When Robert moved back in, I had Ben's toddler bed put in my room, and we shared the space. I was in grade school, maybe in 3rd or 4th grade, when this happened. This was my first real experience seeing an apparition, and it was a full-bodied one at that. It happened during one of those lazy summer afternoons. I was in the Salas, living room, of our ancestral house in Argao, Cebu, Philippines, playing with my 2 brothers. We were just goofing off, laughing at each other's antics, when it happened. My older brother pulled my pants down, and I was so embarrassed I almost cried, but I managed to hold back the tears. As I wiped my eyes, I looked up at the second-floor balcony and saw someone in white. It looked like it was definitely feminine, was bathed in white light, not just wearing it. When I looked directly at her, she was gone. But when I looked out of the corner of my eye, I could see her again. Each time I turned to look directly at her, she would disappear. This went on for about 5 minutes, and by then, I was thoroughly creeped out. I yelled to my brothers, "There's a ghost in here!" and ran to find my mother, who was at the market at the time. I realized that we were actually alone in the house. There was no one around to play tricks on us. A week later, I finally gathered the courage to ask my aunt, who still lives in the house today, if there was a ghost there. I was ready to be called crazy. She replied, "Yes, I think it's the ghost of your grandma. She showed herself to my daughter once when she was alone in a room here and scared her so much that she wouldn't go near that room for a week." Since that day, I've had many strange experiences. Whenever I'm alone in a room in my house in Cebu City, I'll see a white figure in the corner of my eye. If I turn to look directly at it, it's gone. I also occasionally see this lady in white in my dreams, though I can never remember them. Most of these dreams have been good, but there have been 1 or 2 that turned into nightmares. I'll share those another time. But back to the full-bodied apparition I saw, this is what stands out the most. I remember clearly seeing her body, face, arms, everything. She looked like any other person, except she was bathed in white light, and her eyes were completely black, like empty sockets. I believe this entity followed me all the way to the city and is still with me now. But nothing bad has ever happened, and I don't feel threatened by her presence. I sometimes wonder, though, who she really is. Is this my grandma? If so, why is she still following me? The thing is, I was only 1 year old when my grandma died, so I never had the chance to see her face, and I've never even seen any photos of her. Can anyone help me figure out who this entity might be? Does she mean good or bad in my life? This is a recent event that took place on January 1st, 2009, in both New York and New Jersey. My mother's best friend was critically ill with lung cancer, which had spread throughout her entire body, including her brain. When her son told me about it, I was devastated. So on Sunday, we went up to New York to see her. But by the time we arrived, it was too late. When the nurse said, "I'm sorry," I immediately burst into tears. I went to the bathroom and continued crying for what felt like forever. About 10 minutes later, my father knocked on the door and told me that her daughter had arrived. I could barely move, but when I opened the door, I saw her body lying there. I broke down again, but then something strange happened. I heard someone softly calling my name. At first, I thought it was her daughter, but then I tuned into it more clearly. It was her voice. She was calling out to me, even though she had passed away. I couldn't understand how it was possible. She was dead. But the voice continued, drawing out my name. "Genius Sissika." I cried even harder when I realized what I was hearing. She was calling me. She knew I was there. She had been like an aunt to me. She was supposed to be my godmother. But since that never happened, I considered her my aunt. And I think she knew that. After a while, the voice stopped. I did my best to comfort her daughter as much as I could, and then we left. On the ride home, I couldn't stop thinking about her, and I cried the entire way back. When I got home, I ran up to my room and turned on my computer. Suddenly, my old-fashioned alarm clock started ringing. The small metal piece that swings back and forth and makes the bell sound was moving, but it was going very slowly. I was shocked and scared, but I also felt strangely comforted. I ran downstairs and hugged my mom. She was confused at first, but I told her, "Mom, she got her wings. She's okay now." My mom looked at me, puzzled, so I explained what my dad had always told me. Every time a bell rings, an angel gets her wings. Then, on the night of January 19th, 2009, as I sat alone crying, thinking, I never got to say goodbye. I never got to tell her how much she meant to me, or how much I loved her. I heard the alarm clock ring again. Slowly. This time, I felt sure that it was her message to me. Don't cry. I'm not in pain anymore. I'll watch over my family and you. I'm still trying to come to terms with it all, but I know it's going to take time. This wasn't the first time I've had experiences like this. So if you ever lose someone you love deeply, and they loved you too, listen for the bells. We had a busy holiday this year. Well, I did, but it didn't come without its incidents. It all started with my old Jack-in-the-Box. It's from 1978, even though I wasn't born until 1981, and it's still in good condition. It used to be a toy my mom kept at my grandparents' house for us to play with whenever we visited, so she wouldn't have to drag toys around with us everywhere. I have it now that my pap passed away, and my grandmother lives with my aunt. The first strange incident, which my mother, aunt, cousin, and I believe to be connected to pap, happened a week before Christmas and involved the Jack-in-the-Box. Coincidentally, Pap's name was Jack. I had the toy sitting on my dresser, with a small wooden box of miniature rubber bands on top. The box is small but not light at all. That night, I heard shuffling noises coming from my dresser, but I ignored it and went to sleep. When I woke up, I was startled to find the Jack-in-the-Box had popped out of its box. Its clown face was smiling at me, giving me quite a scare. The first thing that came to mind was Pap, because he was always a prankster. What really made me think it was him was finding the box of rubber bands on the nightstand next to me. Not only that, how did the Jack-in-the-Box come out of its box without making any noise or playing music? Granted, if it popped on its own, I might have slept through it, but the box of rubber bands? I really believe it was him. The next incident happened while I was putting up my Christmas tree. The set of lights I was using suddenly started blinking. The strands were in perfect working order, and they didn't have any blinker light to make them blink. But for some reason, they just started blinking on their own. Later, we got to my aunt's house, and she said Pap had popped in for a visit. We asked her what happened, and she told us her lights had done the same thing, just started blinking for no apparent reason. My grandmother mentioned that the blinking lights were Pap's favorite, so we all agreed that he was just popping in to wish us a Merry Christmas. The spookiest encounter happened while driving the 3.5 hours back from my aunt's house on the night before Christmas Eve. We got a call from my dad on his cell phone, asking if we had heard from my brother Eric because he hadn't heard from him all day. By this point, it was around 10 p.m. My dad has a habit of forgetting when we tell him where we're going, but we hadn't heard from Eric either. Knowing Eric is usually pretty responsible, especially about keeping in touch, we started to get worried. We repeatedly called Eric's cell phone but got no answer. Mom called Eric's friend David. He hadn't heard from him either. We tried calling my brother-in-law EJ, but he had no idea and was just leaving work. At that point, I suggested Mom blow up Eric's phone with calls so he knew it was urgent. On about the 5th call, a robotic voice answered. "Hello?" Mom asked. "Eric?" But the voice responded with, "He isn't answering, hole," and then the line went dead. Mom and I were left in shock, talking for about 20 minutes, trying to figure out what was happening. Maybe Eric was in trouble, or worse, someone had stolen his phone. We were getting frantic with worry, imagining all sorts of terrible possibilities. Just when we were at our worst, Eric called from his girlfriend's phone. He had gone to the movies, and my dad had forgotten. He was fine. And get this, he had left his phone on his bed at home. No one had been there to answer it. Looking back, there's always been a strange, almost sinister feeling in that room. Nothing harmful, just like there was someone grumpy or irritated lingering around. Maybe the ghost got tired of the constant ringing? There were a few more encounters during the holiday season, but I'll save those for another time. It's getting late. I've been dealing with the spirits of my great-great-grandfather Charlie and his girlfriend Igea, who have been in my apartment for nearly 3 months now. This is the first encounter I had with Grandpa Charlie. Back in November 2008, I turned on the heat in the bathroom to warm up for a shower. In my bathroom, there are two lights, an overhead light and a light over the medicine cabinet. The pull string for the medicine cabinet light has been broken for about a year, so you have to screw the light in and out to turn it on. About 30 minutes later, the bathroom had warmed up, and it was around 8:45 p.m. I turned on the overhead light, leaving the medicine cabinet light off, and got into the shower. I had been in the shower for about 5 minutes, washing my hair, when the broken light over the medicine cabinet suddenly turned on. You have to screw it in at least 4 times to make it work, so this was strange. At that moment, I saw a shape of a person. I couldn't make out the details because of the shower curtain, come into the bathroom, walk over to where the toilet paper roll is, and then walk back out. At first I thought it might have been my mom, since she bartends and usually gets home between 8 o'clock and 9:30 p.m. I assumed she'd come in to get toilet paper. But when I looked, it didn't say anything. So, I quickly wrapped a towel around myself and went to check my mom's bedroom, which is right next to the bathroom. But she wasn't there. I went to the window to check if her car was parked outside, but it wasn't. I was still home alone. I brushed it off and got back into the shower to finish rinsing my hair, then got out. To get to my room, you have to walk through the kitchen. As I passed the stove, where I had left a soda, I saw a man walking down the hallway toward my room. It scared the hell out of me. I froze in the kitchen for a minute or two, trying to process what I had just seen, because I hadn't heard anyone come in. I quickly grabbed my soda and went into my room, shut the door, put on my PJs, and sat at my computer desk, trying to make sense of it all. After a few minutes, I don't know why, but I decided to pull out a box of old family genealogy records and pictures from under my bed. As I flipped through the pictures, I came across a photo of my great-great-grandfather Charlie, taken in 1936 when he was 39 years old. I was about to sit back down when I suddenly felt my heart drop. I looked at the picture, and a thought hit me. Oh my God! The man I had just seen walking down the hallway was Grandpa Charlie. I was shaking, and it took me a while to fully process what had happened. While I sat on my bed, staring at the photo, I heard a man whistling outside my door. The whistling lasted for about 40 seconds, then I smelled the strongest tobacco smoke, just like someone was smoking a cigar right next to me. The smell faded as if it was coming from a cigar or cigarette. About 30 minutes later, the smoke smell faded, and my mom came home from work. I didn't mention anything to her that night, and we both went to bed around midnight. But as I tried to fall asleep, the only thing I could think about was what I had just seen. One question kept bugging me. Why did he look exactly like he did in that picture from 1936, when he was 39, yet he was 64 when he died in 1962? That was just the first time I saw him. Since then, I've had many more daily encounters with him. I've become very used to his presence, and my mom and I treat him like part of the family now. These days, when I see him, he appears older, younger, middle-aged, sometimes all of the above. I'll share more of my encounters later. It was incredibly hard for me to come to terms with the fact that my mother had been diagnosed with breast cancer. Our family relied heavily on her. She was our leader. She fought the disease for a couple of years before being hospitalized. My father stayed by her side the entire time. In May of 2003, the cancer became too much for her, and she passed away. Our family was devastated. She was a wonderful person, always smiling, always ready to offer help to anyone in need. She truly embodied the aloha spirit. She put everyone else first, always concerned with everyone's well-being. We've always been a close-knit family, and we spend our days off together. But after Mom's passing, everything felt different. Everything we did reminded us of her, and our home became dark and dreary. My father, who was always a large man, 6 feet tall and 300 pounds, took her loss especially hard. In less than a month, he lost 20 pounds, and he struggled with sleep. My brother and two sisters were very concerned for his health. One day, my sisters and I had a rare day off from work. My brother and his family had come up from the Big Island for the funeral and to support my father, so we were all together. We decided to go out and do the things Mom used to enjoy doing on weekends. My dad chose to stay home alone. We didn't push him because we knew he still needed time to mourn. Despite everything, we had a wonderful time together. It felt like our mother was right there with us, enjoying the day. At the end of the day, we all headed back home. I was driving the family van, and we were packed with people. We laughed and reminisced about all the fun times we had with Mom when she was here. It was the most fun we'd had together since her passing. As we neared the house, we saw that the living room lights were on and the TV flickered through the window blinds. I pulled into the driveway, and as we entered the garage, the headlights bobbed up and down, flashing into the open front door. That's when I saw the shadow. The shadow was too small to be my father, and as the van leveled out, I could make out the figure in the light. It was a young woman, around 30, with long dark hair and a huge grin on her face. At that moment it hit me. Before I even fully processed it, I blurted out, "Mom!" I quickly put the van in park and bolted out the door, rushing inside. My niece followed me in, having seen her Nana too. As I walked into the living room, I was surprised to see my father asleep on the couch. He looked up at me and said, "Hey, babe!" I asked him if he was alone, and he said yes. He then asked me why I was asking. I told him I had seen Mom, looking young and smiling, standing in the doorway as we came home. My dad told me that he had never felt so at peace since her passing and that he had actually managed to get some rest. It felt, to him, like Mom was home again, and everything was as it was before she left. I was just happy to see him finally getting some sleep. After that visit from Mom, the atmosphere in our house changed. Everyone seemed a little lighter, more at peace. It felt, at times, like Mom was just about to walk out of her bedroom as we ate dinner or talked about our day. It was such an amazing, almost surreal feeling. Being the youngest, I was always close to her. My family used to call me a mama's boy, but I didn't care. That small visit from her was enough to satisfy my curiosity about how she's doing in the afterlife. I still miss her terribly, and she comes to me in dreams every once in a while. But it wasn't until we saw her that night that it gave our family the strength to move forward. My father also gained some weight back and started sleeping better. Mom was always concerned about everyone, and I think that visit was her way of caring for us, even though she wasn't with us physically anymore. My name's Tara, and I'm scared. About 5 years ago, my mom's best friend, Ivy, passed away. Before that, Ivy had also been my best friend. Ever since her death, strange things have been happening. Though the event stopped, the feeling of those years still haunts me. I was in Thailand during my school's summer vacation when my mom called to tell me the bad news. I cried my eyes out. After a few weeks, I came back to visit her grave. I wore a black dress, brought a red rose, and did everything I could to honor her. Standing by her gravestone, I couldn't help but wonder how life would change after this. That's when everything started to shift. A few days later, I was half awake when I heard my mom call me from my room. She said, "Tara, please help me." I thought maybe she needed help with groceries or something, but I drifted back to sleep. When I woke up around noon, I went to her room to ask what she needed help with. She looked confused and told me she wasn't even home when I heard her call. She had just gotten back a few minutes before I woke up. I thought it was strange but brushed it off, maybe thinking it was a silly dream. A few weeks later, things got even weirder. My mom collects statues from Thailand and keeps them in the living room. One night, I was getting some milk when I heard something fall and break. I turned around and saw that a statue of a lady had fallen and shattered. Coincidentally, Ivy had given that statue to my mom as a birthday gift a few years earlier. I told my mom, and she cleaned it up. The strange part was, after she left with the broken pieces, the statue next to it, its twin, fell as well. When my mom examined it, We both noticed it wasn't as badly damaged, so we decided to fix it the next morning. The next day, as we were piecing the statue back together, I noticed something odd, a missing piece. The missing part was the heart, the piece that connected the two statues. Even though it was strange, I didn't think too much of it at the time. In the following months, the same things kept happening. That's when I became suspicious. It didn't feel like coincidence anymore. I knew there had to be something more to it. 3 years later, while I was doing some yard work outside, I noticed something that looked like a piece of marble. When I picked it up, I realized it was the missing heart piece from the statue. What was even stranger was that the statue was still inside our house. I told my mom about it, and she started to freak out too. Between the strange voice that sounded like hers but wasn't, the objects breaking, and now this, we were both on edge. I decided to visit Ivy's grave again, to ask her what was going on. I wanted answers, but I guess I'll never really know for sure. This encounter happened in the summer of 1982. At that time, I was married with 3 young children. My oldest, John, was about 7 years old. We lived just down the street from my parents, so my children visited them almost every day and grew very close to them. John, especially, had a special bond with my dad. From the time John could walk, he would spend hours with my dad, either helping in the garage, learning to use tools, or painting wood with a bucket of water. My dad also taught him how to build birdhouses. Although I knew my dad loved my younger children, there was something unique about the connection between him and John. 5 years earlier, my dad had suffered a heart attack, which led him to semi-retire. This gave him more time to spend nurturing my children. Over the next few years, my dad had 2 more heart attacks, along with a diagnosis of diabetes and emphysema. We later learned that the doctors had told him he didn't have much time left, but he never shared that with the family. In July of 1982, my mother called to tell me my dad had suffered a massive heart attack and was in the intensive care unit. My sisters and I spent hours by his side, talking to him and holding his hand. He never regained consciousness, so we didn't know if he could hear us. After his second week in the hospital, the doctors told us that his major organs were shutting down and he probably wouldn't last much longer. I had been at the hospital for 2 straight days while my husband took care of the kids. One of the nurses encouraged me to go home and rest for the night, so I could relieve my sister the next morning. I left around 7 p.m. and got home to find my children anxious to hear about their grandpa. John, especially, listened intently as I explained that Grandpa would likely be with Jesus soon. John started crying, and I hugged him, unable to stop myself from crying too. I got my 2 younger children to bed and told John it was time for him to get ready for bed as well. I told him I'd be in shortly to tuck him in after a quick shower. When I walked into John's room after my shower, he sat up quickly, furrowed his brow, and asked, "Why did you kiss me with wet lips?" Confused, I explained that I had just come into the room and he must have been dreaming. But John, very emphatically, told me that he had closed his eyes to say his prayers and asked Jesus to take care of Grandpa when he got to heaven. He wasn't asleep, he said. He felt me breathe on his cheek and then kissed him with wet lips. "Why did you do that?" he asked. At that exact moment, the phone rang. I ran to the living room and answered it. On the other end was the nurse from the hospital, telling me that my dad had just passed away a few minutes earlier. I think I knew right then that the kiss had been my dad saying goodbye to his closest grandson. I went back into John's room and told him that Grandpa was now in heaven with Jesus. His prayer had been very good, and Grandpa was proud of him for asking Jesus to take care of him. I explained that it must have been Grandpa who left that wet kiss on his cheek on his way to heaven. A huge smile crossed John's face, and he looked extremely pleased with himself. For many years, my son would tell me about the dreams he had of Grandpa, how they would talk and laugh, just like when he was still here. Now, at 35, John still talks about that night. It's just as real to him now as it was 27 years ago. We both truly believe that it was my dad's way of saying his final goodbye with a kiss. It's hard to believe it's been almost a year since my father passed away. His antics have slowed down in number, but not in intensity. We're still in the middle of renovating the house, and I'm sure this is causing him some unrest. The first major change to the house was when we decided to pour a new garage floor. To do this, we had to remove my dad's workbench, which he had built. It was about 20 feet long, made of solid wood. I tried to remove it in one piece, but it was so solidly built that I eventually had to saw it out with a chainsaw. About 20 minutes after I had finished cutting it, I heard water running. It wasn't a drip, nor was it a full-pressure flow, but a steady stream of water. I went to investigate and discovered that one of the pipes to the outdoor water tap had burst and was leaking. This wouldn't have been strange, except that the water service had been turned off completely at the source. A full 3 gallons of water came out of the pipe, which only should have held a few cups. After about half an hour, it stopped, completely on its own, with no adjustments made to the shut-off valve. If you've read my previous stories, you'll know that my father has a strange attachment to water. In the year following, most of the experiences were what I would call normal. There were knocks on the walls, banging on the pipes when no one was using the plumbing, cigarette smoke, and so on. But things got a lot stranger about 2 weeks ago. I started a major renovation on the basement bathroom. I used several power tools throughout the day, including a sander, drill, and vacuum. At the end of the day, I decided to relax and watch some television downstairs. At 11:30 that night, I heard 3 distinct bangs on the fireplace chimney. I was immediately scared, so I ran to my bedroom and hid under the covers. Apparently, our renter also heard the bangs and thought we had started working again. The next day, I went back to work with all the power tools. Later that night, I decided to watch TV again. At exactly 11:30, I heard it again, 3 distinct bangs on the fireplace chimney. This time, I knew it wasn't an intruder, so I decided to finish watching my show. Bad decision. After the show ended, I went to bed. At 2:30 a.m., both my dogs started jumping around on the bed. I thought, great, they need to go outside. As I got them up and walked out into the family room, I heard a crunch. Then it became a series of crunch, 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 crunch. It was the sound of footsteps in the snow outside. The sound lasted for at least 30 seconds, and it moved from the east side of the house to the west side, about 60 feet. I was terrified. I thought there was a trespasser on the property, so I waited for the noise to stop before going outside. The dogs were desperate to go out, but I made them stay inside until I was sure there was no one out there. Once I was convinced, I let the dogs out. They bolted straight for the barn. They ran in circles, full of energy, something I've never seen from them, especially at 2:30 in the morning. I went out with them and let them run until thud. An enormous sound came from the west side of the house, like a mature tree falling. That was enough. I scooped up my small dog in my arms and called for the other one as I ran back to the house. I locked the door, turned off the lights, and ran straight to bed. The next morning, I had to go investigate. There were no footprints in the front lawn, which is about 250 feet long, and no fallen trees. After all the talks I've had with my father, I thought these strange happenings would stop. But it seems that isn't the case. I'm now at a point where I'm open to any suggestions on how to help my father rest. I don't want to banish him from the home he loved, but I would like to enjoy my house without the constant fear of these activities getting worse. My mother's life was full of hardship, and her story begins with years of domestic abuse at the hands of my stepfather, Richard. She was born in 1931 in Chattanooga, Tennessee, and worked in the cotton fields. She was a beautiful woman, and at 18, she was pregnant with my older sibling and set to marry Burl Raines. But my grandfather, Clarence, didn't approve of him, so my grandmother, Evelyn, made my mother leave at the age of 18. My mother was forced into deep poverty, with only a grade school education. My grandmother, who favored her sons, arranged for my mother's newborn, Connie, born in 1950, to be given to my grandmother's uncle for adoption. This was an illegal adoption. My mother was devastated, torn apart by having Connie ripped from her arms and never seeing her again. She cried for hours when she shared the story with me in 1980. With no support from her family, my mother moved to Chicago, where she became a stripper in the nightclubs. She became well known and danced all over the United States. She gave birth to me in Chicago, but soon after, she left me with an Indian dancer and went to earn money in Duluth, Minnesota. It was in Duluth where my mother met Richard. She fell in love with him, and we moved back to Chicago, only to later relocate to Duluth to live with Richard's family. One day, my mom made a mistake. She went upstairs to Richard's brother Dennis's room and put out her cigarette in his ashtray. Richard found the lipstick-marked cigarette, and in a fit of rage tried to strangle Dennis with the phone cord. I still can't understand why, but my mother ended up marrying Richard after that incident. Richard moved us back to Chicago where he worked as an engineer, but his violent streak remained. He would often take out his anger on my mother and us kids. By 2000, my mother had suffered greatly. She was hospitalized in Woodstock, and the nurse showed me the small strokes in her legs, and I saw many more in her head. It broke my heart because I knew the cause, Richard's violent outbursts. I realized that it was his abuse that had led to my mother's health issues. Richard passed away in July 2000, on a scorching hot day. My mother couldn't comprehend that he was gone. She kept repeating, "Dickie, where is Dickie?" I told her that he had passed, but she couldn't grasp it. My sister Gina was set to inherit Richard's life insurance, so she took control, even arranging for my mother to be placed in a nursing home, despite my mother's repeated wishes not to go. I wanted to take care of her, but Gina wouldn't allow it. My mom ended up 75 miles away in a nursing home in Chicago. My van, however, had a radiator leak, so I couldn't visit her. A few weeks later, I received a call that my mom had passed away from a heart attack. Gina held the funeral in Woodstock so that I could attend, but there was a lot of bitterness between us. My children and I drove home after the service. A month later, in the winter, I was driving down Highway 2 in Rockford when I saw a woman standing by the side of the road. She had long gray hair, and I couldn't believe my eyes when I realized it was my mother, looking just like she did in her later years. She wore a long dark dress, and her hair flew wildly in the bitter cold. I slowed down to get a better look, but by the time I passed, she had vanished. I knew it was her, even though I couldn't explain how. A few months after that, my daughter Christina saw a ghost under her bed. The figure had long, dark hair, pale skin, and wore a long black dress, just like the way my mother used to dress. Christina said the ghost just stared at her for a long time. When I showed her several pictures, she pointed to one of my mother and said it looked just like the ghost. I know my mother doesn't have a headstone on her grave. We simply can't afford one. I wonder, though, if this is why she's still haunting us. Does she feel forgotten, or is there something else tying her to this world? My aunt practices what she calls white magic, and has some very unusual beliefs. She engages in cleansing rituals using chicken blood and other ceremonies, though I don't participate in them. She wears colorful beaded necklaces that you aren't supposed to touch, and has altars with saints and pictures surrounded by fruits, candy, small pumpkins, glasses of water, and beautiful flowers. It's hard to explain, but I never felt comfortable with these practices. Now, here's where things took a strange turn. In December of 2008, my cousin, my aunt's daughter, suddenly passed away of a heart attack at just 31 years old. She had no known heart problems, although she was overweight, which might have contributed. She died in the living room of my aunt's house, and it was a complete shock to everyone. We were all devastated and never saw it coming. Months later, something strange happened. One evening, I was driving home from work when I saw my aunt sitting on the steps of a business building across the street from my house. There was heavy traffic in the area, and I noticed she was crying and screaming loudly. I was so embarrassed and worried, I immediately parked my car and rushed over to her. She was hitting her head on the railing of the steps. I grabbed her and calmed her down, staying with her for 15 to 20 minutes until she was finally able to settle. When I took her back to her house, something unsettling happened. As I walked into the kitchen entrance, I felt an intense cold shiver down my back. I felt an overwhelming sense of sadness, something I can't explain but was incredibly strong, like a heavy, suffocating weight. When I saw the table in the living room with my cousin's picture and her ashes, the sadness only deepened. I couldn't stay there long and left quickly. I didn't return to my aunt's house for months after that because of that strange feeling. It wasn't just a fleeting sense of discomfort, it was something more. In July, my father convinced me to attend another party at my aunt's house. He'd been living with me at the time. I still didn't want to go, especially given the feeling I had when I'd last been there. I only agreed because my dad and husband were going. We were in the backyard, and I was standing by the back door when, out of nowhere, I started crying uncontrollably. It felt like someone had just died, and I couldn't explain why. I told my husband that I thought I was just drunk and asked to go home. We left shortly after that. In November, there was another party at my aunt's to celebrate my cousin's birthday. She was dressed in white with a red scarf. I've learned that in my aunt's belief system, if you want a spirit to see you, you wear white and a red scarf. I'm not sure if this had anything to do with what happened next, but I stayed at the party longer than I intended. We were all dancing, having a good time when, suddenly, my dad collapsed on the floor. At first, we thought it was a joke, but my sister and I soon realized something was wrong. I rushed to him along with my uncle and others, and we tried to revive him. My cousin started CPR, and my aunt, in an almost frantic state, screamed my deceased cousin's name, asking why it was my dad, and not her, who was taken. That night, my dad passed away from a heart attack. It was a devastating loss for our family, especially since we had already lost our mother when I was 17, and I was one of the oldest children. Here's where things really start to trouble me. My aunt wore white with a red scarf that night. Her beliefs state that doing this would allow her to call upon the spirit of her daughter. I can't help but wonder, did she somehow bring my father's spirit to her instead of her own daughter? Could her actions have played a part in this? Why did I keep feeling those strange, heavy emotions before my dad's death? Was it some kind of warning? Since that night, I haven't been back to my aunt's house. There have now been 2 deaths in that home, both heart attacks, my cousin and my father. Could my aunt have had some power to cause this? I don't know what to believe, but the connection between her practices and the deaths in our family makes me question everything. Sorry to interrupt. If you're enjoying the story, let me know in the comments and tell me where you're watching from. Don't forget to like and subscribe for more. I'll never forget the day my grandfather died, or how quiet the house seemed after. It was 1992, and I was about to turn 11. I was old enough to understand what was happening, but not old enough to attend my grandfather's funeral. I remember the first strange incident like it happened yesterday. I can't recall waking up or even going downstairs, but suddenly, I found myself standing by the living room door. What I saw was definitely not a dream. As I walked into the living room, I saw tiny specks of light floating in the air, suspended everywhere. I knew these specks were connected to my grandfather's spirit, or so I thought. I remember him sitting in his favorite chair, the rocker, and speaking to me, but I can't remember exactly what he said. That was the start of some very strange experiences that both my Nan and I would go on to have. We never saw any ghosts, but we often felt like we were being watched, which made us uncomfortable. My Nan had even more strange experiences than I did. She was tough as nails, a real fighter, but she also had her fair share of encounters. We didn't always get along, and I regret how I treated her as a spoiled kid. But back to the story, every time we argued, we'd hear glass break in her bedroom. It was always something of hers, a vase, a perfume bottle, something fragile, never in my room. And without fail, when we'd check, there would be glass all over the floor. As time went on, other odd things happened. I remember one night waking up in the early hours to hear footsteps climbing the stairs. That wasn't what bothered me. It was the heavy breathing and the sound of a heartbeat that followed. I swear I could hear it as clear as day. It wasn't my Nan. She was asleep in her room. I woke her up to tell her what happened, but she brushed it off, saying I must have been dreaming. Deep down, I knew she knew I wasn't dreaming. She could see how pale and shocked I looked. Things didn't really get better or worse, but strange events continued. Most days, I would hear someone call my name when no one was around. When I turned 12, my Nan started letting me stay home alone. Sometimes, she'd be out for the day. Since I didn't have a key, I would climb in through the kitchen window. It was more like a cat flap. One time, as I was halfway through the window, I heard the pantry door handle turn and the door creak open. I bolted out of that window faster than you could blink. Not long after I turned 12, I moved back with my mother in England. I stayed in touch with my Nan, speaking to her often on the phone. She continued to experience strange things in the house until she passed away 13 years ago. For quite some time, I experienced some very unusual things, and oddly enough, these events only seemed to happen to me. My boys never witnessed anything. At first, I started hearing footsteps in the kitchen while I was in the living room. They sounded like heavy boots. Then, I began hearing strange noises, like things being hit or falling to the floor. It was always late at night when these things occurred. I'd hear noises like something being thrown across the room, hitting the wall behind my head, but when I looked, nothing was there. Sometimes I'd hear a loud thud, like a fist hitting my computer desk. It made me nervous to sleep in my bedroom. It just didn't feel right. I started trying to sleep on the couch in the living room, but the strange events still continued. One weekend, I had my boyfriend come over. I was glad to sleep in my room then, but nothing happened while he was with me. That made me realize something wasn't right. I started taking pictures around the house, and that's when I noticed orbs, balls of light, in the photos. One night, my boyfriend teased me about the strange happenings, saying he wasn't afraid of any ghost. Upset, I went to my room. My son, wanting to join in on the fun, started taking pictures, and sure enough, a red orb appeared in one of them. Later that night, around 1:30 a.m., I woke up to loud thumping sounds. I thought my son was having a seizure and rushed to the kitchen, but he wasn't there. I went back to bed after realizing he was fast asleep. But then, the noise started again. This time, it sounded like one of the kitchen chairs rattling. It lasted a minute or two before stopping. Then, my TV made a popping sound, and the volume suddenly shot up. I sat up in bed and looked over at my boyfriend. To my horror, I watched as his leg was picked up and slammed down onto the bed, over and over again. I later spoke with a medium who told me that the spirit I was encountering was my father. She described him perfectly. He wasn't trying to scare me. He was trying to get my attention. According to the medium, my dad had been getting after my boyfriend for being mean to me that night. My father had always been protective of me, and now, I feel that he's still watching over me. I sometimes feel cold spots on my left side, and every now and then, I hear footsteps in the kitchen or see a shadow moving through it. I know it's him. I love having him here, watching over me. I'll never forget the day my grandfather died, or the eerie silence that filled the house. It was 1992, and I was about to turn 11. I was old enough to understand what was happening, but not quite old enough to attend my grandfather's funeral. The first incident happened so clearly, I can still recall it like it was yesterday. I don't remember waking up or even walking downstairs, but I know I found myself standing by the living room door. As I entered the room, I saw little specks of light suspended in the air. It was as though they were floating all around me. I instantly believed these specks of light were somehow connected to my grandfather. I could see him sitting in his favorite chair, a rocking chair, and I remember him talking to me, but the words escape me now. This marked the beginning of many strange experiences, not just for me, but for my Nan and me as well. While nothing ever felt threatening, there was always this underlying feeling that we were being watched, which left us feeling uncomfortable. My Nan witnessed more unusual things than I did. She was a tough woman, like old steel-toed boots, as I used to joke. We would argue frequently, and looking back, I regret how I treated her, but I was a spoiled child at the time. One of the strangest things that happened was during one of our arguments. Every time we disagreed, we'd hear glass breaking in her bedroom. It never happened in mine, always something of hers, like a vase or a perfume bottle. When we went to investigate, we'd always find broken glass on her floor. Other odd things kept happening. One night, I woke up in the early hours to the sound of footsteps on the stairs. What really disturbed me, though, was the heavy breathing and the unmistakable sound of a heartbeat. It was so clear, so real. It wasn't my Nan, as she was fast asleep in her bed. I woke her up, explained what I heard, but she dismissed it, saying I must have been dreaming and to go back to bed. Deep down, though, I knew I wasn't imagining it. I could see the shock and disbelief on her face, even if she didn't want to admit it. Things didn't get worse, but the strange occurrences didn't stop either. There were days when I'd hear my name called, even though no one was around. When I turned 12, my Nan started letting me stay home alone when she went out for the day. I wasn't allowed keys, so I climbed through the kitchen window, which was more like a cat flap, to get in. One day, as I was halfway through the window, the pantry door handle turned and the door opened on its own. I scrambled back out that window so fast you wouldn't have believed it. Not long after I turned 12, I moved back to England to live with my mother. Even though I wasn't with my Nan anymore, we still talked on the phone often. She continued experiencing the paranormal until she passed away 13 years ago. I'm not really sure how to start this off, so I'll just get straight to the point. My mom passed away when I was 10, and naturally, I was absolutely devastated. In the months and years that followed, I had terrible dreams about her. Dreams where she wasn't really dead but just hiding away for some unknown reason. Over time, life got a little easier, and I started adjusting to life without her. But every time my sister took me to the crematorium to lay flowers or just visit, there was always this strange atmosphere. It wasn't until the 4th anniversary of her death that I had another dream just like the ones from years ago. I woke up in a cold sweat, with tears pouring down my face. Because so much time had passed, I couldn't really remember what my mom's voice sounded like. But that night, as I woke up gasping for breath, I swear I heard her voice. I'm not sure if it was because I wasn't fully awake, but the fact that it sounded just like her makes me believe I was awake. I can't recall what she sounded like in my dreams, but this felt different. From what I could make out, she was saying, "Babies are a blessing, but not everyone is blessed." At the time, I had no idea what this meant. I was sure I wasn't pregnant, and I didn't know anyone who was. But a couple of days later, my sister called me crying. She was upset because she thought she might be pregnant. But when she went to the doctor, they told her she had cysts on her ovaries and other issues with her womb that meant she couldn't have children. When she told me, I was instantly struck by a chill. I remembered my mom's words, and it felt like everything came rushing back. The hair on the back of my neck stood up. I told my sister about the dream, which upset her even more. She decided to visit the crematorium to be with Mum, and asked me to come along. It was also her 29th birthday, so we planned to go to the cinema afterward. When we arrived at the crematorium, the atmosphere felt just as strange as always, but it was more oppressive than usual. What struck me as odd was that there were an unusually high number of women with pushchairs, all with babies. It could have been a coincidence, but it felt odd given the context of my sister's situation. That night, I went to bed, and for the first time in a while, I fell asleep without issue. But I woke up at exactly 3 a.m. for no apparent reason. I tried to go back to sleep but felt an overwhelming need to look around my room. What I saw still haunts me to this day. There, at my window, was a face, my mum's face. Without thinking, I jumped out of bed, nearly having a heart attack, and when I looked back, the face was gone. I still don't know whether what happened was paranormal, or just a sick joke. But the memory of that night still makes the hair on the back of my neck stand on end. I'll never forget the day my grandfather died, or how quiet the house felt afterward. My grandfather passed away in late 1959 when my dad was still in my mom's womb. He was killed in a car accident, struck by a drunk driver, at the age of 44. Growing up, my older brother and I were always told stories about Granddad, so it never felt strange when he was brought up in conversation. We often took Nana to the cemetery to visit his grave, and as kids, we used to climb all over his headstone and play around it. Mum was horrified by our behavior, but Nana just laughed and would say, "Oh, don't worry, Bill would love it." The first time I saw my granddad, or was aware of his presence, I was probably around 5 or 6 years old. We were living in New Zealand at the time. In June, the coldest month, I had to sleep in my brother's room because his was warmer. His room had 2 single beds, and the bed I slept in faced the landing at the top of the stairs. I was scared of the dark, so the hallway light downstairs was always on, and the door was ajar. One night, I woke up and looked out onto the landing and the stairs. A white, light-like figure of a man walked up the stairs and onto the landing. I don't know how, but I just knew it was Granddad. He looked into my parents' room, then into my brother's room, and walked straight forward, out of my sight. I wasn't scared. I just rolled over and went back to sleep, like it was the most natural thing in the world. Fast forward to when I was 13, and we had moved to Australia. I was convinced our house was haunted, but Mum would always laugh it off. A family friend who was a medium even came through and said she didn't feel anything, so I tried to brush it off. But the feeling never went away. One night, I woke up to hear the kettle boiling in the kitchen, even though no one was up. When I went into the kitchen, the kettle had been on so long that the plastic around the bottom was melting. Mum didn't seem concerned, but it was a mystery. Who would turn on the kettle in the middle of the night? Things started to escalate when I was about 17 or 18. Mom finally admitted to my uncle, who had visited from New Zealand, that the medium had said it was my granddad popping in and out of the house to check on us. That's when things really started to happen. It started with small things, like the ceiling fan turning on or off by itself, or the TV turning off on its own. Then, one day, I was in the kitchen making a complicated cheesecake for my dad's birthday. The kettle, sitting on the other side of the kitchen, suddenly began to boil. I turned it off and said, "Hey, Granddad, I know you're just checking in on Dad for his birthday." My bedroom light and ceiling fan are controlled by a remote, and when you turn off the light, it makes a distinctive CCHH sound. When I was in a bad relationship, I started to notice that the light would gradually dim without the usual sound, like someone was turning it off without me hearing it. I think it was Granddad's way of letting me know he didn't like the guy I was with. I should have paid attention to that. One day, while driving with a friend, we were talking about everything that had happened. Out of nowhere, she turned to me and said, "Laura, has your Granddad been hanging around? There's this incredible sense of calm coming from all around you today." Maybe Granddad was with me, helping me through that difficult time. Things settled down after that, and I didn't feel his presence for a while. Then one day, I was talking to Mum in the lounge, and I saw a shadow at the door. I thought it was Dad, but when I looked, there was no one there. I went outside to check, and Dad was at the far end of the yard cleaning the pool. Mum was freaked out, and I just said, "Oh, it was just Granddad come for a visit." Since then, things have calmed down, and I haven't had another experience with him. But one last thing happened about a month and a half ago. I was dating again, and one night, I was watching a movie with my boyfriend. We were laughing and joking when the lights suddenly turned off. I turned it back on and shrugged it off, but I knew it was Granddad checking out this new man in my life. A couple of nights later, the same thing happened again, and since then, I haven't felt his presence. I've come to believe that Granddad, the man I never got to meet, has been like a guardian angel to my family. Maybe he just communicates with me because I'm the most open to it. My grandfather passed away when my grandma was pregnant with my dad in 1959. He was only 44, and he was killed in a car accident by a drunk driver. My brother and I grew up hearing stories about him, and we often visited his grave to put flowers. We would climb all over his headstone as kids, and my grandma would laugh, saying, "Bill would love it." The first time I saw my grandfather was when I was around 5 or 6. It was cold in the winter, so I had to sleep in my brother's room, which was warmer. I woke up in the middle of the night and saw a figure of a man, bathed in white light, walking up the stairs outside my room. I didn't feel scared, I just watched him, and then went back to sleep. It felt normal, like seeing anyone you know. Later, when we moved to Australia, I started to feel something was off in the house. My mom didn't believe in it, but I kept getting strange feelings. One night, I heard the kettle boiling in the kitchen. When I went to check, the kettle had been on for so long that the bottom was melting. It was a mystery, and no one had touched it. My mum laughed it off, but it was strange. At 17 or 18, things got even weirder. I started feeling that my grandfather was watching over me. The ceiling fan would turn on and off by itself, and the TV would switch off without anyone touching it. Once, I was making a cheesecake for my dad's birthday, and the kettle boiled on its own while I was mixing the ingredients. I joked, "Hey Granddad, I know you're just checking in on Dad for his birthday." There was another time when the light in my room, controlled by a remote, would turn off without making the usual noise. This happened a lot when I was in a bad relationship. I believe it was my granddad's way of showing that he didn't like the man I was with. After we broke up, I felt him around me, and it brought me comfort. One day, while talking to my mum about him, I heard footsteps outside. I thought it was my dad, but when I looked, no one was there. I told my mum that it was probably my grandfather visiting. Since then, things have calmed down. I haven't seen him in a while, but I feel like he's still watching over me. Once, I was out with a friend, and she told me she could feel my granddad's presence around me, that he was bringing a calm energy. It felt comforting, and I realized that he was still checking on me, making sure I was okay. Now I understand that he's like a guardian for our family. He might be gone physically, but I can still feel him around sometimes, especially when I need support. It's comforting to know that he's still here, in his own way. In the summer of 1991, I was dating Carrie, a woman I had graduated high school with. Carrie lived in a 3-story A-frame house in a small town in upstate New York, built by her father. The house was still a work in progress, with only the first floor finished, and the second and third floors left incomplete, with plywood floors and unpainted drywall. Carrie's mother had passed away a couple of years earlier after a misdiagnosed illness, leaving Carrie devastated. She and her mother had been incredibly close. Although we hadn't seen each other much since high school, Carrie and I reconnected earlier that year. I had briefly met her parents at a party years ago. Carrie's mother had been warm and friendly, and we had a nice conversation. Little did I know that would be the last time I'd see her alive. At the time, Carrie and I were staying at her family's home, where she had set up her bedroom in the back of the house, away from the unfinished second and third floors. Carrie loved animals, and the family had pets, including a rabbit that was free to come and go. However, there was another animal that frequently made its presence known, Carrie's dog, Butch. He was young, energetic, and loved to play ball, often running through the unfinished third floor, which was like a racetrack for him. One night, I woke up to the sound of Butch barking and running around the third floor, playing with a ball. Carrie and I often heard this at night, but one particular night something odd happened. I woke up to strange scratching and shuffling sounds coming from the attached garage. I assumed it was the rabbit, but when I went to check, I found nothing. Then, as I was walking back to bed, I saw a figure standing at the top of the stairs. The figure was illuminated by moonlight coming through the second-floor glass doors, and it looked like a middle-aged woman. She turned and looked at me, and I tried to flick on the lights. But no matter how many switches I tried, nothing worked. Finally, when I managed to turn on the correct switch, the figure was gone. When I told Carrie about the experience, she mentioned that it was probably her mother, though she didn't seem fully convinced. I, however, knew what I had seen. That night, Butch continued playing upstairs between 2 and 3 in the morning, just as he always did. Neither Carrie nor I felt inclined to go up and check on him. In the days that followed, I couldn't shake the feeling that Carrie's mother was trying to communicate with me. My grandfather had passed away years ago, but I had met Carrie's mother before, and I recognized her even in the dark. A week later, Butch kept playing upstairs at night, and this became a nightly occurrence. Months later, Carrie and I parted ways, realizing that we had grown apart. But my experiences with spirits didn't end with our relationship. About a year later, Carrie called me to let me know that Butch had been poisoned by an angry neighbor. I helped her take him to the vet for cremation. It was a heartbreaking loss for her. Through these experiences, I began to understand that spirits come for a reason, even if their message isn't always clear. I wanted to help people who had passed by offering comfort to those still alive. Sometimes I felt that the spirits just wanted to let us know they were still around, watching over us. In my heart, Butch is still running laps around the fireplace, and I like to think that Carrie's mother is still throwing the ball for him. In the summer of 1988, my father passed away, and the grief I felt was overwhelming. I couldn't understand why he had to leave so soon, especially since he had been such a vibrant and lively person. He had lived with diabetes for years, but he still maintained his humor and energy. Losing him felt unfair, and I couldn't stop asking myself why it had to happen. My father was not just a parent, he was my confidant and my hero. I wasn't ready to let go, and I deeply missed him. On the 6th of June 1988, he passed away peacefully at 2:10 a.m. After a long battle with pneumonia, which had been complicated by his diabetes, he finally slipped away. I had been by his side every day, from early morning to late at night, during his month-long hospital stay. I spent countless hours singing his favorite songs to him while he lay unconscious in a coma. Even then, he would squeeze my hand, a sign that he could hear me. Being an only child, I was very close to my father. I had his full attention, and I cherished it. My father encouraged me to study abroad in Australia, believing that it would broaden my perspective on life. He never expected me to repay him for the education I received, something not many Malaysian parents would do. We shared a bond that went beyond that of a typical parent and child. When he passed away, I felt a part of me had gone with him. A few days after his passing, while I was writing a letter to my half-sister in England, something strange happened. It was 2:10 a.m. when I heard the unmistakable sound of a matchbox being flipped, a sound my father often made. At first I dismissed it, but then I heard it again. I walked into the next room, where my father's photo was placed on a chest, and saw the most unusual sight. A large, pinky-gray lizard was playing with a matchbox, flipping it with its tiny legs. It was almost as if it were teasing me. I called out, "I'm in the next room if you want me," and went back to finish my letter. The sound continued for about half an hour before it stopped. When I checked again, the lizard was gone, and the matchbox had mysteriously appeared behind my father's picture, placed carefully so it couldn't have fallen there by accident. A few nights later, I was sleeping on my father's bed when I felt his presence. I called out, "Papa, is that you?" and immediately felt his arms around me, warm and strong, holding me for one last time. Then, I felt a rush of air, and he was gone. It was a comforting, but also haunting, experience. As time passed, my mother brought home a lizard trap to catch the smaller lizards in the house. One day, she came home to find a dead lizard in the trap, and I couldn't bring myself to check if it was the same one I had seen. Thankfully, it wasn't. I forbade her from setting any more traps. 5 years after my father's passing, I had to write a speech for a Toastmasters competition. As I was writing at 2:10 a.m., I suddenly felt a presence. To my astonishment, there, just in front of my left toe, was the large pinky gray lizard, staring up at me. It didn't move, and it didn't run away. I spoke to it, telling it how much I missed my father. As soon as I opened my eyes, the lizard was gone, but I felt reassured, as though my father had visited me again. That speech, titled, "My Father the Lizard," was well received, and I went on to win several competitions with it. One day, a woman came up to me and called out the title of my speech, remembering it but not my name. It was a strange encounter, but I was pleased that my words had stayed with her. A veteran Toastmaster once advised me not to say my father came back as a lizard. He thought my father, being a great man, would have returned as something more majestic. But I disagreed. If my father had come back as an elephant or tiger, it would have been impossible to ignore. If he had come back as a dog or a cat, my own pets would have attacked him. By choosing the form of a lizard, my father could quietly watch over me without drawing attention to himself. I know that many people may not understand this, but I find comfort in my explanation. The lizard's visits weren't dreams or illusions, they were real. Sometimes, when I'm in the kitchen, I still see a pinky gray lizard peeking out from behind the dish drainer. When I prepare dog food, I leave the rice that falls on the counter for it. It's not much, but I like to think that's enough for my father's spirit.